ロ 君にキュンってしちゃってカラフルに世界がそうなるのずっとそばにいたいの止めないでないかな甘い色を重ねてカラフルに包んであげるよ
Wow. Sorry, so soft spoken today, but and so tall today too. Oh my goodness gracious. Anyway, gal morning, gal afternoon, and gal evening. Hi Erica. I hope you're doing super duper duper well on this Friday's Eve. Thank you so much for joining me today. As you can tell by the title and the excitement in my voice. Oh. Today is the last final. I felt like I blinked. I don't remember what happened yesterday, but like, how are you already here? I mean, I'd rather have it to be a very quick week than a rather very painfully slow day. But I am so excited. And then like, it doesn't help that today, like, you know, cause I've been telling you for the past few days, I'm really anxious. Normal anxiety as in with finals, but I was really anxious about going to work today. So it turns out, and I did update you Cubs, I think yesterday or the day before, saying like, oh, I don't know if I should go to work. Oh, my day's actually a little bit shorter because they ended up canceling my last scheduled thing. So I was like, oh, okay, maybe I'll get out by noon then. That's really exciting. But then they ended up canceling my second thing, so all I had to do was one hitman job today. And I'm like, wait, why not the second? I'm not questioning, I'm just curious. And the guy above me is like, that guy's dead. And I'm like, well, you know, in hitman terms. And it's like, oh, okay. The guy's not actually dead, but he did not need help. So I was like, oh, okay. I'm gonna go now. So did it suck to go to work for like one thing? Yes, but did I get to go out of work early and tell like the guy I was working under, like, oh my gosh, thank you so much, I'm so grateful, because I didn't tell him about my final. I hate rushing people for my own personal thing. Like, obviously I made the decision to work today. I mean, I don't pick my days, but you know, I didn't ask off for that day because I knew he worked really fast. But you know, I didn't want to be like, hey, is there any possible chance we could get out early? But no, I didn't even need to do that. And then he's so funny. He's like, wow, this is just your sign to study. And I'm like, it is. So I was gonna go live about like an hour ago, and this is not any fault to like Rip or anything like that, but Rip invited me for content warning. I'm like, oh my gosh, Rip is gonna have so much fun. And Rip is having fun. So please do give Rip support. Rip is my VTuber buddy friend of mine who I adore and cherish very much, of course. And they're playing with friends that I also equally cherish and adore very much. And that is, got new, and we got Artie. Oh no, wait, that's Artie's username. No, Artie, what's Artie's? What the? Is it together? Gosh darn it, Artie's gonna kick my ass. Oh, thank goodness it's together. I had to like peek over. I'm like, oh my goodness. Anyway. Artie! Yeah, they're playing content warning, and that's a lot of fun. I told them we should play the updated Lethal Company because I know we could squeeze in a lot more people in as well. It'll be fun, you know? Teehee, haha, oh ho. yeah, before I get into everything, let's go ahead and say my hellos. We'll talk about what we're doing today. And Cubs, listen, hear me out. There are quite a few pages on this presentation, about 68. Almost nice. But there's a lot of stuff to review. I think we're gonna have more than enough time to politely talk about everything that we need to, thankfully, before the time of the exam happening at 7. So if you're like, Tippa, all time zones are not the same. I'm like, damn, you're right. So right now it is 12:46. We'll take a break about every hour because ad manager will scream at us being like, take a break, play a 3-minute ad. Ah! And I think we're gonna be so good. So I'm really excited, you know? But let me say my hellos. But hi Robo, hi, welcome. Let's go. Last final, let's go. And hi Pata, hi, welcome on in, welcome. Huh? What did Rip put in her chat? Oh, okay. It's her boy. Anyway, okay. Pata, thank you so much for the self-care check. I'm still missing my water bottle, by the way, but still using my bub cup. Thank you so much for the hydrate. Thank you. Thank you for the posture check as well. Thank you for the inhalation of air. Hi Zeke, hi, welcome on in, Galmer, welcome, let's go, we're going. Hi Karma, hi, Tippa Buff? Brother, the Tippa Buff is the time speed, the speed run that took us to get all the way here already on a Thursday. After this, we're good for several weeks, brother. And then again, 2 or 3 more semesters and no more lectures. We're so good. Hi, friend. Hi. Let's go. We're going as well. Go. And hi, FTW. Hi. What's with the heck? No reason to heck here. What happened? And hi, Gala. Hi. Thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Hi, Seiji. Hi. Welcome in as well. Excitement that can't even be contained. I know there's only so much emotions that this little bearcat body can hold. Right now, excitement is going through the charts, but I'm really trying to hold it in because I don't want to get too excited because we still have to go through notes and it's going to take us a few hours and then we have to take the exam, which is going to take us about an hour. But after that, I'm free! So, you know, very excited. Hi, Julian. Hi. You're going to miss my lectures? Oh, it's going to be Daijou Booty. I'll lecture about something else. Who knows? Oh my goodness. Sent love to Rip. Thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, so before we get into today's lecture, quotation mark, question mark, note review, whatever, let me do a few housekeeping things. Like one, let me go ahead and pin this up before someone is like, what? Huh? Cramming in spine and yay, we got that pinned up. 2. Let's see. Oh, my exam yesterday! Alright, Cubs, so you would not believe it, but my heart had dropped. I looked at the exam and I thought it was relatively easy. Like, I was like, oh, whatever, who cares, you know? I was pretty much done of it? Ugh, English. Anyway, I was pretty much done with it yesterday. You saw I was like, whatever. I don't care. I think I get the general gist of it, blah, blah, blah. I went through that exam. Mind you, it's... I probably won't spoil that. Let's just continue with the story. But basically, mind you, I get through some of the questions. Some of the questions I'm a little stumped on because I'm like, oh, gosh darn it. I don't remember if it's either this or that. And that's like the really bad thing about me in exam taking is that I'm really good at narrowing down answers 50-50. Just not good at making the right decision though. So it truly is what it was. And when I was done with the exam, thank you for the head pat. Thank you. But when I was done with the examination, my heart dropped because I saw I was 39. I'm like, I what? Did I fail that? Did I get a 39? What? But then I remembered, oh, it's 39 out of 45. Gamers, I got it 86%. I could not be happier than that. I'm done with that exam. I'm done with the other exam we had on Tuesday, which I got an 80 in. Hopefully, we keep up the progress and we how do you say it? Keep it up with the 80. But yeah, thank you. Sorry, I see my frames dropping. Cubs, I forgot to connect my Ethernet cord. Would you Cubs give me a moment if I go ahead and do that really quick? It'll be the most botched thing ever, but I can't stand it. I can't stand it. So give me one moment. Also, Cubs, I might also have like a very unfortunate thing, but so I've been getting this like little push about like, oh, Tippa, you need to organize your files, and actually that's actually what brings me to a small like tangent in a little bit. But I basically, while moving files around, I kind of deleted a few things by accident. And not deleted them, I just don't know where they are right now, and I need to relocate the source. So for like the BRB scene, somehow I deleted the music and the subtitles that I worked really hard on. So when I BRB, you're not gonna see that. But it's getting organized and deleting some files. But I realized I've had some really old files. One of them being, let me see if I can find it. Literally yesterday, last night. Couldn't wait today. I had to post it today or yesterday. Sorry. What is time? I found basically like a little time capsule. So, Cubs, as you know, I've been streaming for about almost 4 years now, which is that accurate? Yeah, I have. Wait, I'm like, oh, what? Yeah, I've been streaming for approximately 4 years now. And so some of these clips that I guess I never put in, maybe this was supposed to be like the original channel trailer or something. These clips date back 4 years ago. Some of them are a little bit newer. And when I mean newer, I mean 3 years ago. But I just felt like a wrinkle on my forehead. I was like, oh my gosh. But it was so nice to see it and to see my character growth and to think, damn, why was I so zoomed out all the time? But if you ever want to be like, hey, Tippa, have you changed in the past 3 to 4 years? Probably no. Probably no. I probably have not changed. I still do the silliness. I still have the same appearance, minus the glasses and my ears no longer being orange slices. Like, I think we're still good. But yeah, hi, Rins. Hi. Welcome on in. Welcome. Hello. Welcome. We're just going down memory lane now, but there's so many really fun things that I saved. Like, if you Cubs don't think I've saved things, I save them. You're probably like, hey, Tippa, do you have this art that I drew a billion years ago? Yeah, probably, but my dumb booty decided not to save it in a way of like art_username. I started doing that more recently, but not within the past 4 years. So there's some stuff like, we have had pointed it out with the Nyaruko drip. I'm like, yeah, I still have the file saved. Isn't that crazy? I still have other things like, oh my goodness. I have like my Christmas karaoke promo from like 2 years ago. What else is pretty old actually? I had that one time I answered a friend and I was like, oh yeah, this, and for some reason I just saved that image. I have other really silly things as well, but we'll go down memory lane later, I guess. I should probably be studying. I'm just procrastinating. Teehee. Haha. Ho. Anyway, then save it all. Yeah, and Rimpo, I think I have art that you did when you did the modification of a Pop Team Epic, and it's like your life ends 30 minutes from now, and it's the clock one, and I just can't remember where I put it, but I did see it recently, and I was gonna post it. Go. Oh. Chocolate, what? What? Thank you for gifting us up to Things? Shout out to Things. Nothing would be anything without them. This is so real. Thank you so much for growing the Sugar Bear community. Thank you for gifting us up to Things. I think Things would appreciate it. I think. Oh my goodness. But thank you, and hi, welcome. That one, yeah. I just don't know where it is. It's making me so sad, but I did see it recently. And that's how dedicated I am to the draw of stuff. Anyway, let us politely BRB, not to BRB so quickly. I just want to get this Ethernet cord thing out of the way, and I brought a 50-foot cord, and obviously, again, with me potentially updating my PC in the very near future, I really don't need the Ethernet cord, but it's good for reference, or, good to have both. Hey, I would love a tripping hazard all the time. But I hope, I'm looking now, I really hope 50 feet is good enough, so I'll politely BRB. I'll try to do this as soon as I can. I'll also politely put, a 3-minute ad so we don't get cut off already, like 20 minutes into, like, reading stuff, okay? People tell me I'm always tripping, so that's relatable. Brother, just make sure to look down, okay? Thank you. Goodbye. Alright, one moment. Ta-dang. I can't believe I deleted my subtitles. I'm so sad. Anyway, enjoy. brothers, my cubs, I'm back, and I have. It's so weird to be back on the mainframe. Or how do people say it? Basically, having connected an Ethernet and not looking at the Wi-Fi icon. I'm just like, whoa! If you're just coming on in, welcome. I have now advanced and plugged in an Ethernet cord. I've been and it's kind of like, Tippa, have you been streaming without connecting to your modem or your router or whatever? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, ever since I moved to my new place, it just wasn't like doable, you know what I mean, unfortunately. But I had given up after yesterday where I'm like, wow, my stream is really chugging for goodness gracious knows whatever reason, you know what I mean? I'm so tired of it. And so I decided to invest in a cord, which it wasn't expensive. I mean, Ethernet cords are not expensive, but I was really pleasantly surprised to see how flat this one was. I didn't know how flat they come. I brought this for like $10.99. I was like, wow, this could have solved all my problems, but that's not the point. There's other reasons why I'm upgrading because whatever, we'll talk about that later. But it's not really by choice, but one of my friends is giving up their graphics card because they've got a newer one, and then I'm just like, okay, I'll take that one off your hands for whatever, I guess. We'll talk about it later. Anyway, yeah, I got really tired of it. So, like, during one of the pomodoros yesterday, I just ordered this Ethernet cord, which came in last night. So, thanks, Amazon. Yeah, it's flat. It's relatively flat. I'm pleasantly surprised. It's not chunky. And don't get me wrong, it was very nice. It has, like, the little nails and all the little screws. I just want to check my internet speed now, but I'm obviously streaming. Wow. Anyway, we'll get to it. But hi to every couple who are just coming in. Welcome. Congratulations, raffle winners, aka Mingala. And hi, it's like, hi. Thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. I appreciate it very much. Made it just in time to. Oh, Daddy. Okay, but we'll get to it. So, wait, how's my internet chugging? No! I saw the frames go down. I'm gonna cry. Yeah, I definitely didn't need a 50-foot cord one either. I don't know. There had to be something between 50 feet, which is, oh, sorry. Let me convert that to meters. 50 feet to meters. Oh, you definitely didn't need a 40-meter one. So the 50-foot one is 15 meters. And I definitely didn't really need that one, but I needed something more than 4 meters, you know? Anyway. Yeah, today's plan is that we're just gonna politely review some notes. So, yay. So let's get to it, okay? So, first, ta-da! We have our last final today, which is all related to spine. So I know this is like, Tippa, myofascia is not really spine. Why are we talking about this? And I'm like, that's a great question. But because it's related to the muscles of our back and how it can affect it and it's still really important to designate some topics to it. I think we'll talk about, we will really range from myofascia to going down to the sacrum or like your hip bone, to talking about instability or hypermobility there. We'll talk about headaches, so that will be pretty fun, I guess. And pretty much we'll see how it goes. Again, my plan is that we will have the opportunity to finish all our notes today. And hopefully by the end of it, I will be so confident going into my exam that I score a B or higher. And life will be good. I actually don't know what I scored during my midterms, so let me see. Hi, Apple. Hi. Thank you so much for the high five from earlier. Thank you. Yay. I am just so excited and enthralled about the potential knowledge that we will obtain in the next 5 hours. I hope to end around 6 so I can eat something. Oh, Cubs, I'm so happy, by the way. When I got out of work early, I was able to get out so early. I made it for Taco Bell breakfast. And I know it's like, but not for anything, but like Taco Bell breakfast. And I'm like, yeah, Taco Bell breakfast is actually so good. I really like the making Crunchwrap Supreme. It's so tasty. And if you're not sure what it is, well, you know, that's a great question. What is it? But I know they put a hash brown in there, so it's so good. So tasty. Would highly recommend it if you have, what do you call it? Oh my goodness. A Taco Bell breakfast near you. Hi, Citrus. Hi. Yippee! And referred pain is so important for physical therapy. It is. It really is. We love referred pain. We don't love referred pain, but hi, Claudia, as well. Referred pain needs a referral from your main provider. Yeah, it really just depends on what the situation is, because goodness gracious, great balls of fire. The human body works in wacky ways. Hi, Citrus. Hi, gamer. Oh my goodness. Hi, Claudia, as well. Hi, gamer. And thank you, Chocolate. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. A sacrifice to the gods to get Tippa an A+. Goodness gracious, I do wish that were the case. But here, actually, she made an announcement today, so let's see. Happy Thursday. Just a few reminders for your final exam tonight. There's 52 questions. 52 questions. The exam is case-based. You can expect the format to be presented like a case with several follow-up questions pertaining to the case and so on. The examination will be very clinical, what you would expect to see in the clinic. Thank you, Professor. You'll be analyzing an exam data, determining impairments, determining diagnosis upon the impairments, identifying appropriate interventions if you should even be treating the person in the first place, so they should be referred somewhere else. Everything we have focused on this term is fair game. Okay. All right, Professor. I came here not to look at that announcement. I did come here to look at my midterm grade. So I got an 84 on the midterm. Alright, Cubs, so we have a lot of leeway to not fail this course. I can literally still get like a D. Or let's see. Am I doing the math right? Yeah, I can literally get a D, like a 60 D, and still pass the course, thankfully. So we are still Gucci gamers. Not saying that I'm going to start failing it. It would be kind of, a little bit wonky to start failing at the spine, but I don't think they should let me practice if I fail this. But there's a lot of leeway to not fail the course, so I'm really happy. Huh? B or higher? Girl, how hard are your tests? You study so much that you make me want to cry. No, Citrus, so you have to understand. Thankfully, I'm not in this program anymore, but the alternative program I was in is that they didn't allow C's. If you got a C in that course, you would fail. So as you could tell, it's just like, oh, what? So, but thankfully I'm a little bit, I changed programs. I'm in a little bit more of a lax graduate program where it's like, yeah, you could get C's as long as your GPA doesn't fall under a certain amount. You could get all the C's you want, basically. So I'm like, yay. Not that I'm getting C's like that, but I just need to make sure I have this B exam average, or sorry, C exam average or higher to make sure I pass the course, because blah blah blah, their new rule, blah blah blah, so dummy, blah blah blah. I have to study a lot because this course, as much as I do appreciate the hybrid nature, if I did have the opportunity to do residential or do it back again, I'd probably go residential. Not for anything, I'm not jealous of the people at residential, and technically they're taking more classes, and the classes are basically like Monday to Friday, 8 to 5. I'm not jealous of them one bit. But at least, you know, they have a dedicated lecture time to be learning this stuff, you know? A lot of this is like self-taught, so that's why I spend like a lot of time, how do you say it? Sitting here. Because I'm learning the material. I'm like, oh, let me listen to this 40-minute lecture and take 3 hours to take notes on it. Teehee. But yeah. Huh? Never had Taco Bell breakfast before? You need to check it out, please, and get a Crunchwrap. Please, you'll like it. Or your money back guaranteed. Yeah. This is like graduate program stuff? Oh, because it is, gamer. It is. Hi, JB. Hi. Tippa. JB. It is the final hacking day of the hacking week. Or wait, but it's the final hacking day of hack week. You can do it. You're almost there. I believe in you. Huh? Oh wait, stick the sword into the dragon and call it done? Brother, that's the most horrifying challenge I could think of. I don't want to fight any dragons. Or befriend it. Oh, okay. And take it out for drinks later. Let's go. You got this, Galmer and Chief Tippa. Let's go! Wow, thank you, JB. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm so excited. I want it done. I'm tired of studying. I'm tired. But it's okay. We'll take a nice break after this. It'll be really nice, you know? Casting Shadow Wizard Money Gang spells to make it happen? Thank you. It's nice to have a little bit of a leeway. Exactly. It's so good. Huh? Citrus says, oh, it's a graduate program. Yeah. It sucks. Yeah, I'm not doing this for funsies. Like, oh, I'm really trying hard for my undergrad to apply to a graduate school program. I mean, I was. But no, I'm in the program, and you know, I actually had this thought before, and it's kind of stupid. It's kind of like, okay, tip up, but I had like I don't know, I just had a moment to like look back and be like, I hope past me is proud. I'm in the program, or I'm in a program. Tippa from 2 years ago would be really happy to hear that. I wasn't like in the best position. I keep telling you Cubs about first program, second program. I don't know. Hold on. Not to like cheap you out of the story, Cubs, but hold on. I think I wrote a post a while ago, and it was a pretty sad post. It was a really, really sad post 2 years ago where I'm like, yeah, gamers, I don't know if I ever told you the story, but I ended up getting removed from my first program, and it was very discouraging, and it was one of those things where I'm like, do I even do the career that I wanted? And it really sucked because how I did my bachelor's program was basically, how do you say it, only directed for this particular career. Don't get me wrong, there's other careers I could have taken, but this was like my main one goal basically, which was stupid on my part. I should have had a backup plan, and I did, but the backup plan was something completely alternative, and I was just really discouraged. I'm obviously, as much as I'm not really happy with the program I'm in, I'm happy to be in a program. I'm happy to know that my years of getting into school hasn't, you know, failed me basically, because I think that would be the most discouraging thing, to be like, yeah, this was all for nothing. What? So, I don't remember. I wish I could remind it or remember. Oh yeah! Oh, here's the sad little post. Oh, did I write that much? Damn. Yeah. Someone, the original post was like a year ago, and the original post was flex your lowest academic low score to remind us that everyone fails at some point in life, but this isn't the end of the road. Oh my goodness. Just a memory in the end, and then I wrote like 7 posts about like, yeah guys, I actually got removed from my program. But it's okay, because I'm in a program now. I guess it's fine, but it really sucked. But that sucked for 2 years ago, me, not me now. That's okay. Hospital school always makes you score higher. Yeah, it was such a thing. Don't get me wrong. I understand having standards for this type of career. I wouldn't really want someone to like treat me if I know they're doing bad. But at the end of the day, listen. You get your degree. You passed your boards. You gain a ton of experience alone. Just doing, what do you call it, clinical experiences. You get more comfortable doing hands-on treatment. You gain the confidence and experience throughout your first few years, and you're gonna be a good gamer. Don't get me wrong, I'm gonna experience imposter syndrome like nobody's business once I actually start practicing. But for now, I'm happy. For now, I'm okay. It truly is what it is, you know? Julian's like plot twist. Tippa isn't even in school. She just loves studying. Gamer. I wish. Don't get me wrong. I do have like a thirst for knowledge in a sense, but school has burned me out from that. I do enjoy the idea of learning for not a grade. Like again, the little Spanish lectures that I've been doing. The daily ones off the Mango app, which I still highly recommend, by the way, have been treating me super well, and it's fun. It's fun to learn new things. It's just learning new things while getting graded and your livelihood on the line. Not so fun. But it's okay. It is what it is. Hi, Dingus. Hi. Tip of the afternoon to ya. Welcome. You're pushing through a workout? Oh, I'm so sorry, gamer. Well, I'm not sorry, but I'm happy that you're working out. Thank you so much for stopping by. Please have a good workout. Thank you. Jillian says I would trust Tippa with my life. Thank you, gamer. I won't purposely do you wrong. Huh? Chocolate says I failed I'm 2 failed paths of study and 2 years of failed job searches in, but I work at my literal childhood dream job now. Gamer, I'm so happy for you. I love hearing stories like that. I'm so happy. It just sucks. Like, again, those 2 years, or well, yeah, the 2 years and the other experiences that you had sucked, and there's no way around it. Anyway, I probably couldn't even comfort you to be like, oh, it's okay, Chocolate, don't worry, it's gonna get better. No, like, at that point it sucks. As long as you're able to pick yourself up from your feet and be like, okay, all right, let's try this again, you will get to the places that you want to be, and I'm glad that it really worked out for you. It does take a while though, so huh? Isaac says, not gonna lie, I'm on the course I am right now because I got rejected from all the unis I initially applied to. Oh, gamer, I don't know necessarily the specifics to your situation, but to be honest, as long as you're in your program of choice, who cares what university it's in? I mean, care in a sense that, like, oh, it's 2 hours away from where I live and I have to move and it might be a little bit more expensive. Oh yeah, I care about those factors. Yeah. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what university you graduate from. You got your degree, you can practice. Yay. But yeah. Oh no. It sucked. I had a lot of support. That's so good. That's so good. That's what everyone needs. A good support system, whether true friends, family, or just really self-motivation to be like, okay. But it's okay. On a less depressing topic, I guess. It's just gonna be okay. It has to be, I guess. But speaking of okay, we will politely, I guess, after I sip some water, because I know I've been chit-chatting. You know, I took a little break between being on Ripstream and now because I realized I was screaming during content warning. I was so scared. I hate being left alone in those scary games, but that's why I took a little baby break. But let me go hydrate and then we'll get through these notes. Nobody's business, okay? Like, we'll get through them, zoom through them, and we're gonna just take it easy. It's gonna be great. Okay. So, Isaac, thank you, gamer. All right, so for our first spine condition, I know we've been here for like 45 minutes. Ooh, sorry. Let's talk about myofascia. So as you see here, myofascia, as I've described in the past before, is similar to an orange. And you know how the orange has like that white film over it? That is the fruit equivalent of human fascia. Not to be super grossed out, but the image on the right that you see here, this is also fascia in a human. What you're looking at is a cadaver, and you're seeing that the fascia has been peeled off from the muscle. And as you see, it is that like film that you see on that orange, or really web-like. I decided to try to even simplify it a little bit further to be like, okay, but what is myofascia? And I got this description off Google, so let's see how this goes. So, imagine that the muscles, sorry, let me highlight as we speak. Imagine your muscles are like rubber bands that help you move your body. Now, picture a thin, tough wrapping around these rubber bands. That's what we call fascia, and then myo is in reference to the muscle. It is a protective sleeve that holds your muscles together and helps them work smoothly. When we talk about myofascia, we're referring to the combination of muscles and their surrounding fascia. Sometimes due to things like stress, injury, or poor posture, these muscles and fascia can get tight or knotted up, causing discomfort or pain. So what we're going to be talking about in just a moment, we're going to actually skip this. We're going to talk about it in this format. We're going to talk about the 3 hypertonic states that myofascia could be, and then we could talk about when there's a normal tone. Tone, again, is just the resting state of your muscle. So if it's hypertonic, it's more than it should be. It's increased tone. It's a little bit more tenser, I guess is maybe a best way to say it. And we can have things like hypotonic, but again, we won't talk about hypotonic. Hypo would be the opposite of hyper and being like it's below tone. It has less tone than it should be. Hi, Lim. Hi. Ooga the orange booga. Ooga booga. Hi, Lim. Julian says I had a yoga class many semesters ago and IRL fascia photos were enlightening. Yeah, it's actually like, I don't know, the human body is really cool. Minus the idea that you're looking at a person who's no longer on this earth. But yeah, mild fascia is like cotton candy. I don't think it would melt away so easily. I still think the orange film is probably the best example, you know? But yeah, cursed Elmer's glue? Yeah, basically. So, the different states that we're going to talk about when we're referring to hypertonic states of myofascia is going to be involuntary muscle holding, chemical muscle holding, and voluntary muscle holding. The normal tone, we'll talk about adaptive shortening and we'll talk about why each of these things happen. Oops. What are some of the signs and symptoms associated? And what are some of the interventions that we could do to fix this? Hi, casuals. Hi. Welcome on in. Welcome. So, involuntary muscle holding. Just from the name of it alone, it's involuntary. You're not doing this willingly, or you're not doing it voluntarily. This can happen because of injury or dysfunction. And what's going to happen is that signs and symptoms is that the patient is going to present with that, I guess, again, the increased tone, the hypertonicity. They're going to have protective muscle guarding or loss of free motion. So muscle guarding is really interesting. Hopefully I'm going to say this right, and if I don't, I'm so sorry, spine professor, don't end me. So when we move someone passively, passive range of motion, sometimes they'll stop moving. Passive range of motion should be free, there shouldn't be any pain with it, but involuntarily, as the name suggests, again, they guard. They don't want to move as far as they can because they're trying to protect what they believe, like, oh, if I go any further, it's gonna hurt, you know? That's the body indirectly being like, yeah, it's gonna hurt if we move this way. So that is the muscle guarding that this is referring to as a sign and symptom. They're gonna have elevated resting tone, which is the same as hypertonicity, but whatever. And then they're gonna have an abnormal elastic response to touch. What does this mean? I'm actually not sure. Abnormal elastic response to touch. Anyway, so to treat this kind of thing, again, this is a very common thing that happens to the myofascia because, again, the injury or maybe some type of dysfunction with the muscle, we are going to directly treat the cause of impairment. Brother. One of the examples that I had loved using during our last study stream is that you woke up with a crick in your neck. You slept funny, you slept wrong, now your neck hurts. What are you gonna do with that? Now you can't really move certain ways because you know it hurts. You're not moving the way that you want to because A, you know it hurts, or B, that protective muscle guarding we're talking about. So what can we do? Well, we had associated that when we have a little crick in our neck, or creak, or however you want to say it, this could be because of the, oh my goodness, let's read this correctly. Facet capsular entrapment. So basically the muscle has gotten trapped into the capsule, it's pinching, it's doing all this wacky business. How can we resolve that? We talked about doing isometric contraction. So this is the one where I was like, ugh. This is the one where I'm like, okay, Cubs, we're going to turn your head in such a wonky way. Here's the pillow for our friendly barrier, and then you're just gonna you're just gonna turn your head over to this side, match my force and I'm gonna apply about 5 to 10 pounds of pressure while you turn your head. And hopefully with this is gonna help, it pull out that pinching from the capsule with doing these isometrics. And again, isometrics are very, like, there's not really any hence the word ISO, and hopefully doing a few reps of these are going to really help you out. And you do them on both sides, and then you kind of just work your way in endurance. Unfortunately, this is not like a one and done kind of technique. Like, you do it once, it's like, oh, I'm automatically healed. And don't get me wrong, You will feel healed. You might have that increased range of motion, but it's still really highly irritated. This is just something we build up a few sessions until it's gone, basically. So yeah, involuntary muscle holding. Just treat the impairment. You got it from an injury or dysfunction, you slept wrong? Alright, let's directly fix that. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Chemical muscle holding. Now this is actually really interesting. This is because we never got to address that involuntary muscle guarding from earlier, or sorry, muscle holding from earlier. So this is a sustained state of that involuntary muscle holding. This can typically happen after a strain or sprain. Remember, strain and sprain are very similar. It's just what structure got affected, whether it's the ligament on the muscle or bone on bone. Not like bone on bone, like, oh, my bones are grinding, but the ligament that attaches from one bony, I don't want to say prominence, bony area to another. And what happens is that because this is sustained, it's prolonged, it's more than necessary, and it never got the treatment that it needed, this heightened muscle contraction is going to cause chemical buildup or waste products in the muscle. So what happens is that even once the inflammatory processes are done and over with, like you just heard it and you're like, it's feeling inflamed and blah, 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 this chemical buildup is still going to stay, and it's going to make the muscle still remain very tense. Hence, this is why this is still in that orange color to signify that the myofascia is in a hypotonic state because of this, again, chemical buildup, making it tight, making it tense. And the best intervention for this is going to be heat, which we'll talk about in just a little bit. But this is really important about chemical muscle holding because if you're not getting the treatment that you need, this can actually lead to something like compartmental syndrome, which I thought it was a little bit more common, but apparently it's rare. Let me pull up the screenshot really quick. But let me also address chat while I talk. Touch might be the wrong word. What about stimulation? Stimulation sounds a bit better. Because I'm like, huh? What? Huh? Muscle guarding's that thing when you tense up due to pain? Yeah, basically. But this is involuntary. But there's also voluntary muscle guarding. This is going back a few classes, but it depends on what state you're in, whether you're acute, subacute, or chronic, and how that muscle guarding can present. That's so behind me right now. I'm so sorry. Politely cry until I remember my coping skills and PT exercises. Let's go. Robo says, just dislocated my neck, bro. I'm sorry, brother. There's nothing I could do about that. Go to a doctor. Let me also get a picture of this really quick, okay? One moment. Isaac, enjoy your lurk, okay? What are the chemicals, though? What do you mean? Yeah, they did say it was lactic acid. There was also another chemical that the name was thrown around, but I don't remember what it was. Oh, I'm getting compartment syndrome surgery. How gross. Oh, gross, 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 gross. Is there another picture I can find? No, they just keep tearing into these people's limbs. Sure. Hold on. Not that we need to start knowing these things, but I'll put the images. Why not? How's it going? Oh, it's going. We're still on the first syndrome. So here's a little snippet off from Google. So the compartment syndrome is a painful and dangerous condition caused by the pressure buildup from internal bleeding or swelling of tissue. Again, that chemical buildup, that waste that's building up is technically going to swell up the muscles, keeping in that hypertonic tone, and can lead to the syndrome. What happens is that the pressure is going to decrease the blood flow, and we know that blood flow is very important. It's going to deprive the muscles and nerves of nourishment, and gamer... Galmer, I'm so sorry, my frames are chugging. But hi, gamer, thank you so very much for the raid, and welcome, raiders. Welcome, 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 welcome. My name is Tipanya. Nice to meet ya. I'm a bearcat VTuber. I do the cow cow and it's very nice to meet you. Hi, Rip. How's it going? How's life? You were showing chat something, but I couldn't see the hand cam stream. What were you showing off? But welcome, Raiders. We're just going through my notes right now. Tee hee ha ha ho ho. I have a final later tonight, so it's something. So hopefully by going over my notes, I can retain some of the stuff that we talked about earlier. It's a very strategic technique, if I do say so myself. But Rip, don't let me keep you because I understand it is a little bit late, or at least it's dinner time. But this goes for you and anyone else coming on in. Feel free to lurk, but if you have to go, absolutely no hecking worries. Just make sure to hydrate, eat something super duper duper yummy, and make sure to stand up and stretch, okay? Okay. Hi, Galo. Hi, Erratic. Hi. Welcome. Welcome. Hi, Artie. Hi. Artie, I'll get you a shout out. Chemical buildup? Yeah, let's go. Come on, friends. Let's go. Let me give Artie a shout out. Ta-dang. Yeah, I'm so sorry, gamers. I even got an Ethernet cord yesterday and I was so excited. I was like, oh yeah, we're gonna do this. This is gonna be so good. I plugged it in even during stream, but my frames are still chugging. I'm gonna be sad now. Woohoo! Woo! So sad. Why are you chugging? No reason. That's okay. We'll make do with what we have, basically. Also, I'll try to close out a few things, I guess. I'm closing stuff. I'm going. Alright. Excuse me. Well, that's all I can do. Anyway. So we're talking about myofascia syndromes and the hypertonic state and chemical muscle holding, and how this can actually lead to a really wacky condition, basically saying that if there is sustained swelling, what happens is, as you can imagine just something that shouldn't be swollen is swollen, and it's pushing down on the structures around it. So in this case, again, it's going to be the blood flow, it's going to be pressing on the nerves, and as you can imagine, this is going to cause severe pain, sensations of pins and needles, because you have that pressure on the nerve, and that's causing, again, that like ants crawling or that tingling sensation. Again, the pin and needle sensation is commonly referred to like if you sit on the toilet for too long, you know, stuff like that. And because it's not getting the oxygen or the blood flow or the nerve innervation, you can also expect some weakness in the affected areas as well. I feel like you see this most commonly in the legs. I'm pretty sure you can also see it in the upper extremities or the arms as well. Because, yeah, I know we have muscles and we normally see our muscles. Oh, where's my mouse? In this way, but you have to realize, like, oh, wait, this is all like in our little meat tube. And our skin covering and everything like that, and everything sections out the way it is, hence the name compartment syndrome, because everything has its own compartment. It gets swollen, and you can see from here to here the swollenness, and again, that pressure that's going to be building up on the blood vessels and the nerves. I think we've already established that, so we'll go back. So, how do I know that someone has chemical muscle holding? One, this is where it's really important to take a history to be like, hey, when did this happen, basically? And if it's been happening for a while, then but what's gonna happen is that if they're saying they're having this severe pain, maybe like in their legs, it's gonna be doughy to the touch. And I know it's such a weird, maybe even insulting description, but that's the best way you could say it, because it's doughy because of that buildup and that swelling. It's like, oh, it's not normal. You're like the Pillsbury Doughboy here. Like, what's happening? You know, well, in comparison to the other limbs, and you're gonna have very limited range of motion. Not only because maybe pain is not only because of the pressure that is causing the pain, and a lack of nerve innervation, but just because there's really not much you can move with all the swelling. The best thing to handle this though is very straightforward, very easy. So what's gonna happen is that you're going to be applying heat and massage, so like a deep finger kneading. And when we talk about chemical muscle holding, specifically with the myofascia, specifically for the spine, we really want to focus on the multifidus. So the multifidus, I'm a little lazy to pull up a photo, I'm so sorry. We'll talk about the multifidus more in a bit, I promise you. But it's that Christmas tree muscle, that muscle that's really long, that goes pretty much all along towards the top of your spine to the bottom of your spine. So very, 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 very important muscle. You have to be really careful because that's the muscle that's most likely going to atrophy or waste away sooner. Alright, and our last hypertonic state is going to be, how do you say it? Voluntary muscle holding. So voluntary muscle holding, this is pain or fear of movement. So we talked about involuntary muscle holding, and we said again the causes were because of an injury or dysfunction. This person's just afraid to move. This is normally maybe from an injury, as you see it says often followed by involuntary, which again talked about earlier, or the chemical state that we talked about earlier with the swelling. So this person is like, yeah, I really did not seek treatment and now I'm just too scared. Everything hurts. If I move this way, it hurts. I'm just not gonna move. And it's like, yikes. Hi, gamer. Guess what? I have good news for you. I have good news. I ran into something and I wanted to ask you a quick question really quick, not to put your business out there. You said you weightlift, right? Do you do a lot of pivoting with your knee? Like, do you like bend at your knee and you start twisting? Cause oh boy, do I maybe have news for you? At least narrowing a condition as my frames drop again. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. But I have to look up more information. I feel bad, but I can send you into a direction at least. So a lot of bending and twisting. Okay, hold on. I'm looking up something so I can send to you. I said I wasn't gonna look into it, and then I came across it, and I was like, "Oh, brother." You injured yourself initially boxing, but in your knee? Twisting the meat tube. Oh no! I'm leaning between it's like a cartilage or it's a meniscal thing. I don't think it's a ligament thing, or it could be. That's the downside about these things. Leaning more towards a. Let me just type it because I know this is not gonna do it. A chondral defect or like a cartilage injury. Can be meniscus. Maybe able to send you some social tests and hope you can do it on your own. Oh. And or maybe ligament base. And I think was it the ACL? I doubt it, but those are my 3 smiley emoji. Glad I can help. You can't weight load without pain, and it feels unstable, but I'm able to body weight squat. What a body weight squat? Alright, throw myself out the window. No, I'm just kidding, but do look more into that first one, potentially. Or second. I really don't think it's a ligament thing, but like, again, there's some special tests that we do with the ligament specifically, but you don't have a skilled therapist there to be like, yeah, can I politely pull at your knee and see if this aggravates or replicates your pain? We can't do the special test, but there's one wacky one. Let me see. That's been recent. I still struggle squatting weights. Even my 90 pound wife can. Your wife is so cute and small. What the heck? Come back to me later. Come back to me later and I'll find these things for you. For now, spine. I'm sorry, gamer. I just want you to know I haven't forgot, but I'm also like, my last final. Please forgive me as I sip some water and die in my lag. Alright. So, voluntary muscle holding. So, what's gonna happen here is that voluntary now is a little bit more spooky. Why is this happening? Obviously, no one likes fear, or no one likes pain. I guess no one really likes fear either, unless you're like, ooh, I'm an adrenaline junkie and I love being scared. But voluntary muscle holding is probably the most concerning out of the two that we talked about previously. Again, chemical holding and involuntary, because this can actually indicate a more sinister underlying pathology, especially when it comes to the cervical spine. So we're talking again our neck and our head, and this can possibly be a cranial instability. Cranial instability we'll talk about a little bit later. There's a whole little section dedicated to it. And it can indicate whiplash, and we talked about whiplash pretty recently. I don't remember why. I guess that was just my topic of the day. But basically, the whiplash is that forward and backward movement, that sudden one that normally happens in motor vehicle accidents. You know, if someone hits you from the back and you just suddenly jerk back and forth like that, that's typically where whiplash would come in. So how do I know that someone potentially has voluntary muscle holding? So this is going to be a slow and guarded movement. They're very careful while moving. It's it's pretty obvious, especially when they move their trunk as a whole, because they're like, I'm afraid to bend my neck, I'm afraid to bend on my lower back, I'm afraid to bend on my hip. So they just move as a unit. Like, think of a robot, or like do the robot dance, beep boop beep, you know? That's how they move. So to treat it, it's a little bit wacky. Pretty much you have to make sure that you do all the tests appropriate to make sure that this isn't anything serious. You need to make sure that you're able to actually treat this. When it comes to physical rehab, it's very, very, very important to understand that the reason why that patient is there has to be from a musculoskeletal origin. If it's anything not related to that, brother, you might not be wanting to treat this patient until they get the clear from maybe their primary care physician or someone else. Like us as physical therapists, we can't really treat fractures. But you need to confirm it's a fracture and all that stuff, or you need to confirm if maybe there's a ligamentous instability, especially that's going to be very important in the neck, because we talked about that few millimeters away from death when you sneeze if you don't have the transverse ligaments, what do you call it, integrity correct or appropriate. Because then that means that if that ligament's not holding up how it should be, the dens, which is like this bony protrusion off your vertebra, is going to push into your spinal cord, and when you sneeze and you do that little jerky motion, it's going to press into the spinal cord, and because of how high it is in the spinal cord, your respiratory system is going to get cut off. And unfortunately, you will not live that. But yeah. Oh, otherwise without load bearing, you can hop. That's so crazy that you could do all those motions. I'm not gonna lie to you. Huh? You can hop, kick, sprint. Sprinting and abruptly stopping will give you problems? No, I would imagine. Oh, okay. I'll file that away in my brain. Normal. It's weird. Wobbly with load, but you're still running. Like sprinting. What? Anyway, so once you make sure that's nothing serious, basically you ignore them. No, I'm just kidding. You just have to give the patient reassurance. I understand that, hey, you don't want to hurt anymore, and you understand if you turn this way, you might hurt a little bit more than you have to. Motion is lotion for the body. You gotta move that way, sucker. Go move. But what you want to do is move them into a comfortable range and then slowly kind of inch out of their comfortable range. So it's going to be a lot of repetitive motion to be like, Oh, you see? This isn't so bad. Can't you tell? Tee hee ha ha ho ho. No! Yamano! Oh, I don't have the Yamano emo. No! Oh! I'm sorry, gamer. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm still in the red after 5 years, but it's fine. It truly is what it is. I'll just sit here crying. No, but I'll just sit here and I'll just keep saying notes because even though this would be, I don't know. Myofascia. I mean, everyone has a body and they have myofascia, but we're not getting into like the nitty gritty, more interesting stuff. So I'm not mad that I'm here stuck in my low frame land. But it'd be pretty nice to get out. Anyway. So our hypertonic states for myofascia again are what? They're going to be involuntary muscle holding, chemical muscle holding, and voluntary muscle holding. They all happen for a variety of reasons. So let's go ahead and talk about a type of dysfunction when there's normal tone or shortened tone. Or so specifically, we're going to talk about adaptive shortening. So this can happen with tight muscles. So let me a good example I think we felt like we talked about earlier was patients with scoliosis and how the spine is and how the muscles shorten and then those muscles get tight and then they don't have that appropriate range of motion as they should because of the structure, because the structure is affecting their muscle length and blah 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 blah. Adaptive shortening can also happen because of that chemical muscle holding we're talking about. And slouching posture. What is the name that the boomers use now? It's like cell phone neck or something. I don't remember what they say. But basically, like looking down your phone is also creating this adaptive shortening, you know? But best of luck, Caleb! I meant to say this in caps. Caps needed. I hope your exams are going well. You're gonna do so good. You studied so much. You worked so hard. You are a pro at the material now. I'm putting spaces where they don't need to be. And then I'll give you a shout out. Ta-dang! Yeah. But yeah, so these are the ways that adaptive shortening can occur. So how do we tell someone has it? So it's a little bit weird, but they have normal tone. Hence, I mean, putting them in the category of normal tone. But with all the other hypertone stuff that we talked about, it's like, well, this is normal, so what's wrong? Well, what's wrong is that because of this adaptive shortening, you lose your ROM, which is your range of motion. You're not able to move as fully or as freely. You had your exam today? Yay! Gamer, how did you feel? Did you get your grade on it? Did you pass? Or feel like you did? Oh, well. At least it's over with. Better than feeling bad. Rather have IDK than nothing. Sorry, negative feelings. I put a bass spray in there for you. Maybe it is. It isn't. Maybe it is. Throw everything out of the way. I think it's this now. Anyways, back to syndromes. Anyways. So, again, if it's shortened, you lose your range of motion. And what's going to happen is that you're going to have a different posture. You might have increased lordosis. And lordosis we'll talk about a little bit earlier. Where am I? Later, but basically it's just the increased curvature of your spine. And keep in mind, it is very normal to have curvature in your spine. But when you have excess, that's when it becomes a problem. We'll talk about lordotic posture or lordosis in just a little bit. But the best way I can say it is that it looks like an S. Well, maybe it doesn't look like an S. Maybe it looks like a D. No, it doesn't look like a D. No, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, hold on. We're pulling out the MS Paint. So this is your spine. This is your spine. Yep, your spine. It does look like the cool S. Yeah. So you have normal curvatures. Kyphosis. And then you have lordosis. And what happened is that if you have increased lordosis, it's kind of like your booty popping. Ooh. Not because you wanted to, but like we'll look at it later. My drawings don't matter right now. Your pain radiates? When you say radiate, are you also getting that pins and needles sensation? Are you getting some nerve compression in there? Asking for a friend. Is stream 2 minutes behind? Oh, we might be. By the time you hear this message, and if 2 minutes have passed, then but we're back in the green now. Now, by the way, if you want me to refresh. Hehe. 5 years. Gamer, go see a doctor. No, you are the doctor. Go see another doctor. Oh my goodness. Oh, there it is. There it is. Hi, Dingus again. I hope the workout was good. Thank you so much for the 5 stream streak. I appreciate it very, 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 very much. Thank you. So adaptive shortening. Whoa, your muscles are short? Okay, gamer, let's do this. We're gonna do some myofascial stretching. So basically, your muscles are short. Let's just stretch them. The elongation is gonna help basically counteract the shortening, and that should be your solution. So yay! So easy, am I right, Cubs? Excuse me. So, there's actually different alternative states, but our professor really did just want us to know about involuntary, chemical, voluntary, and adaptive shortening. There are hypotonic states, and there's other type of things we could talk about, like fibromyalgia is pretty popular in a sense that my body just hurts all over, and then there's these specific points. Don't talk to me about that. Not learning it, not in my material. Not gonna go into it. What we will go into now is facet dysfunction. So remember, facets is basically how do I describe facet joints again? Facet joints, if I can get a picture, allow us to do certain movements of the spine. Again, our forward bending, our backward bending, side bending, and blah, 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 you know? Yeah, that made perfect sense. But this is your spine. More accurate this time, I pinky bear promise you. And what happens here is that these facet joints allow us to move because of the way that they glide. And we have different orientations of the facet joint, depending if you're in the cervical, thoracic, or lumbar region. And they can go from anywhere from 45 degrees, 60 degrees, or 90 degrees. So what happens, like if we're doing lumbar rotation and we're rotating to the right, this facet joint on the left side is going to compress, while the one on the right is going to gap. And it's movement like this that's going to help us, you know, well, move. So what happens if there's something wrong with this? Well, turns out there could be multiple things wrong with this particular little structure here at the spine. So there can actually be 5 things that we're going to be focusing on. We're going to be focusing on synovitis, restriction, painful entrapment, mechanical block, and chronic facet arthrosis. And we'll talk about these all in detail right now. Huh? Casual says, what's the muscle state in case of exposition? Electrical currents? What? Not sure, brother. Hi, double the. Hi, welcome, welcome, welcome. Alright, not to say, but I'm saying meniscus. Final answer. But I wonder, wait, where's your pins and needles? Wait, this is really important. Sable, where's your pins and needles? Where's the sensation going to? Hold on, legs, innervation. Hypertonic, your your booty is spasming, basically. Brother, I want leg innervation photos, but I don't want male genitalia. Is that so much to ask for right now? I just want to show you. Ta-dang. Alright, small little tidbit, because I love the nerves. No, this is a little bit too many nerves. You will look at dermatomes and think not my S1 region? I don't know. No, wait. Damn, I haven't looked at dermatomes in a little bit. Give me a moment, because there's no focus. There's no reason to look at dermatomes of that area. Now I have to look because now I'm just curious. Oh, I was close. It's S2, S3. Huh? Some are saying S3, S4. No way. And this is why I hate dermatones. Each source is different. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's all relatively the same at the end of the day, but... Oh, one is saying S1. Okay, I was correct. I'll take it. All your friends belong to us? No! Let me take some for myself, gamer! If this bearcat asks for your spine, do not approach. Run? Please. Run. I need the cardio right now. The thrill of the chase. Hi, Septo. Hi. I say I need the cardio right now because I haven't been biking. Because I've been stressed. I've been stressed about my exam, so I'm kind of like, oh, I don't wanna bike early in the morning when I could dedicate that time to reading my 128 pages of notes. So same region as pain? Median and superior around the knee. I want to be... No. Maybe I'll get another picture. These are all cutaneous nerves. Hold on. One moment. Now I'm just curious. Hold on. Bike to Texas while you're at it? Brother. You know, no, I wouldn't. I don't know. Maybe? Who knows? Maybe I'll buy a bike rack for my car. And maybe I will take my bike. Maybe I will just road trip to Texas. Maybe I will be miserable. We'll figure that out later. Well, Tippa choose the most miserable option, but trying to make the most fun of it by, you know, road tripping it with her friends. Find out in 2 months if she decides to do that crazy nonsense. Get bike so much after the exam, and I got a new bike seat too. Not to get so TMI, but the bike seat was not comfortable, and I was getting numb. I was like, oh, this is new to me. So I was like, yeah, maybe getting 2 bikes for $40 maybe wasn't the move. Anyway, I'm looking at leg innervations right now, but I keep getting a bunch of cutaneous. Give me the muscles. I mean, don't get me wrong, the cutaneous ones might be a femoral nerve. Hold on. Femoral nerve. Why buy a bike rack for a car when you can use the bike? I don't want to bike all the way from Bearcat Mountain to Texas. Brother, it's already a 20-hour drive from where I am to where I need to be in Texas. I don't want to be any more miserable, okay? I want an easy life. Why do you think I'm working so hard now? Huh? I want an easy life for me. And I don't know. I only bike like what? 45 minutes? And now you're telling me to bike, I don't know, a week? Could not be me. Anyway, I'm not finding the answers that I need to find right now, and I realize it's 2 o'clock, but please forgive me, Dr. Bye. I will get you your answer eventually. You're joking? Me too. Anyway, So for facet dysfunction, so we talked about this bony thing helping us move. So how can it get hacked up? 1. Synovitis or hemarthrosis. So synovitis is an inflammation of the synovial fluid in that joint. So think of it as like a nice, I don't know, how can you think of it? The synovial fluid helps us like glide and move around and blah blah blah, but now that area is inflamed, so it's bad now. And hemarthrosis, I think this is bleeding in the bone? Hema or hemo referring to blood, arthrosis referring to bone, smiley face? Let's see. Yeah, articular bleeding in the joint cavity. Teehee. Oh look! Ta-da! Look, the synovial fluid, that's clear, da-da-da-da. The hemarthrosis, now it's just filled with blood. Blood is not supposed to be there. Apparently this can happen because of a strain, and again, we said a strain was what? That's a great question. Yeah, a strain is, muscle to bone. So something happened, and now the facet is not moving the way that it needs to. And these conditions, the strain, the synovitis, the hemarthrosis, this can all happen due to trauma, which is, you know, some kind of incident, or an overstretch. This can also happen when there's an awkward movement of catch, which is basically like, hey, you just moved wrong and now your body hates you. So what's gonna happen here is kind of similar to what we were talking about with the myofascial states, and it's gonna have very guarded movement, and you may present with voluntary and involuntary muscle holding. So either you're still just presenting with muscle guarding with that hypertonicity, or your voluntary muscle holding where you're like, I'm too scared to move. Which is, well, fair. Let me not put that mocking voice. You know, it hurts to get hurt. Blood is not a good joint lubricant. Yeah, it's not a good lubricant at all. I would not recommend it. But how do you call it? If you do have this is relatively serious. Please go see a doctor. Thank you. But yeah, so the treatment for synovitis or hemarthrosis, there's different ways we could treat this because, you know, our spine is so big that we are really just focusing on the lumbar or the cervical. So for the lumbar or your low back, really what you want to do with this is that they're having this guarded movement, they're having voluntary muscle holding. Rest, relax. What you might want to do is get them a soft corset and just let them have careful movement. Again, that corset's going to give them the feedback if they're moving in such a wonky way, you know? As for the cervical, same thing. Rest, soft collar, careful movement, and maybe consider some like circular motions, or also to consider IFC, or like using the TENS unit and to see if they could decrease some of that swelling that may be happening. Alright, stiffness and restriction. Now that's pretty common, to be honest. Your facets may get stiff, and if they're stiff, they're not moving the way that they normally should, hence they are quote-unquote restricted. So this can happen because of resolved oh my gosh. This can happen because of the above. It can happen because of a resolved synovitis or hemarthrosis. So now you kind of rested, you're not feeling the pain anymore, you're able to move, but now it's stiff, and now you're like, I can't move. So, whamp whamp, whamp 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 whamp. So for this case, for the stiffness and restriction, there's a limited range of motion that typically follows some type of capsular pattern, which I won't go into detail now because I don't remember off the top of my head what the capsular pattern is for not extremities. Ugh. And there's gonna be a lower tolerance to insult, so lower tolerance to what? But yeah, basically it may strain again, and the associated pain can be from the current strain of the joint or maybe some neighboring hypermobility. So it's really crazy. I'm sure you cubs may know of someone who has some kind of fusion. Whatever kind of spine fusion, whether it's cervical spine fusion, lumbar spine fusion, whatever, it's a very common surgical procedure. This can happen for a variety of reasons, but the really fun fact that I learned about in this course is that, hey, if you fuse something, as you can imagine, it's not moving the way it's supposed to, and it's not moving as naturally as it once was. So the body's like, oh damn, I can't move? Well, sucks to suck. And so that area can't move. The surrounding areas move. So it turns out that even though that one area gets basically fixated, the areas maybe on the top or even the bottom start becoming hypermobile. And if they become hypermobile, then sometimes you might experience some symptoms that you may not really enjoy. So, what do we do in that case if we have stiffness? It's actually really easy. We just manipulate. You know, girl boss, gatekeep. I don't know how to do the saying. Yeah, and manipulate. But manipulate in this particular sense is that we're going to do something to help increase that motion. We're going to do a technique to increase range of motion. And how do you call it? We can do various ways to increase our range of motion through oscillations or progressive stretching, or we could just straight up thrust it. And that's the one where people are like, can you crack my back for me? Oh! And that kind of manipulation can help increase range of motion. Painful entrapment is something that we keep talking about the neck, so I'm just gonna say it really quick. We're just gonna read through it. Awkward movement and eccentric range. So this is again when you wake up weird, or maybe when you're sleeping on the plane and your head's like this, and then the turbulence jolts you and you're like, ah, my neck. That's basically what happens. You have this awkward movement in this lengthened muscle position, basically. And so what happens is that this typically happens more, I feel like, in the cervical area or in the neck, as you can hear from my only one example of this and no other. But it can also happen in the low back or lumbar as well. So signs and symptoms, the facet joints are not able to glide inferiorly, so the head is normally kind of held away from the painful side in order to keep it stretched, and also they feel pain when they are, what do you call it, towards that side. But there's no neurological signs. So when we talk about people who have oh my goodness, when we talk about people who have pins and needle sensation, or this is considered a neurological sign. The only reason why you're having this pins and needle sensation is because there's some kind of compression on the nerve. In this case, there's nothing affecting the nerve, which is why there's no neurological signs. But when we were talking about earlier, then yeah, there's compression on the nerve. Of course, you're gonna have that. So how do we treat this? So for painful entrapment, we're gonna use isometrics. If it's already painful, we don't want to make it more painful. Isometrics, again, is just that. I don't know how to explain isometrics. Is that embarrassing? Okay. Thank you. Isometric exercises are exercises that involve the contraction of the muscle, but without any movement in the surrounding joint. So like when people press into a wall, I forget what that's for. It's been years. I'm so sorry. That's an isometric contraction stimulating their arm muscles, but they're not doing like any work necessarily. Like they're pushing against the wall, but that's not like a concentric or eccentric exercise, you know what I mean? It's not lengthening or contracting the muscle, but your muscles are still activating, but you're not moving anywhere, basically. It's the isometric. And so you're gonna do the same thing with the multifidus isometric. And for the lumbar, the multifidus again goes all the way down there, so you could do the same thing too. This technique just isn't with the pillow. It's another technique where the patient lays prone on their tummy and you're like, okay, lift up your leg for me. I'm gonna apply some resistance. Match my resistance, please. Thank you. There's also another technique that I won't go too into, but basically, or maybe I will because I just think it'd be funny to draw. So one technique is called the rotational manipulation over a bolster. So this is you, Cubs. And you're like, owie, my back hurts. You're so long, Cubs. So I give you a bolster to lay on, basically, that targets a specific area in your back. Just imagine this is still your back. And you just lay there for like, how do you say it? Like 5 minutes or something like that. And what happens is that this opens up your spine and then... Anyway, mechanical block. Sorry, I'm like... Mechanical Mechanical block. So, mechanical block is really interesting. It's idiopathic, which means that there's actually no known reason of why this would occur. Some hypothesis is that maybe there's a loose body of cartilage out there, and that loose body has just impacted that facet joint, and that is why it is literally blocking. It is a mechanical block. Or maybe there's some type of impaction, so like a squeezing, I guess you would say. But all of this is relatively pain-free. But the thing about it is that the signs and symptoms, they're relatively sudden. They block the motion and they're relatively pain-free. So what are we gonna do? You can do the same technique as we talked about with the lumbar spine, with the isometrics. Or sorry, not the isometrics. The rotational manipulation over a bolster. Or you could do traction. So traction is really interesting. This is where we pull on the body. I think there is a picture down there somewhere, but I'm just gonna pull up a picture of action that we would do on a machine. I was like, is this a real person? Yeah, this is what you would probably see in a rehab clinic. So, so this machine basically pulls up on your head at a certain weight, of course. It's not like pulling in like 50 pounds or something like that and gonna hurt you. It's just a gentle traction to try to see if it can, I guess, unpinch what might be pinched. It's probably the best way to say that, but it's a little bit scary. It looks a little medieval, I guess. Alright, and our last one for facets dysfunction is chronic facet arthritis. So this is chronic. Chronic normally refers to as basically having some kind of dysfunction or condition for over 4 weeks. Some people have things for years, and that is considered chronic. People say I have chronic low back pain. You get the gist of it, basically. But what happens with this is that these people may have this arthrosis, which I think was another word for arthritis. And this is going to be poor posture. This could be due to trauma. And it could be due to overuse. Maybe their job has them frequently doing some sort of motions, which we'll talk about a lot when it comes to disc herniations. But really, this chronic facet arthrosis is going to have like a dull ache. The pain is going to be very localized and stiff. And what's going to be very important to treat this is that we just want to decompress. We want to get them stretching. We don't want to have that again like a impaction. We want to educate them on posture. Like, hey, if you're looking on your phone a lot, maybe you want to do some shoulder squeezes to like bring your head up and to not round your shoulders as much, etc., etc. Mobilize the joints if they're stiff. So basically kind of going back to our earlier facet dysfunction, which is how do you say it? The stiffness and restriction also had manipulation as a treatment, and basically just address the muscular impairments. Hey, maybe they're in this poor posture because their neck muscles are weak. Maybe they had it shortened. Hey, let's go ahead and stretch it. Let's do that myofascial stretching that we talked about earlier. And that adaptive shortening with the myofascia, and pretty much just go from there. Hi, Purple. Hi. People think chronic means severe? No. Chronic is just referring to time. Severe means severe. Chronic means long time. So chronic doesn't mean incurable? No. Don't get me wrong. I don't know what's the best way to say this. Speaking of a long time, oh my goodness, dingus. Oh my goodness. Wait. I'm gonna get your VIP, but let's multitask. Yeah, it doesn't mean incurable, but if someone had a condition for so long, not saying that that's incurable, but maybe the thing that's causing their chronic pain might be the thing that's incurable. I don't know what could be incurable. I'm sure everything has its sort of like, you know, resource, but anyway, dingus, card hacking, congratulations! Congratulations for becoming a VIC. VIC. Very important Cub. Thank you so much for your continued support as a member of the Cub Club, and congratulations on making it to VIP. You know, we only have a little bit more of those left. I don't know how many, but they're going quick. Unfortunately, I won't be able to have more VIC or VIP badges until I hit partner, which is it's a goal. It's still there somewhere. But yeah, absolutely no hacking worries, and I'm so sorry about the frame drops. So sorry, so sorry. VIC! Yes. Alright, Cubs, let's talk about one more thing, and I think we can go ahead and take a little BRB break. Right now we're doing good. We're on oh my goodness. Oh dingus. Dingus with the great RNG though? What the heck? Dingus, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs and growing the Sugar Bear community. Such good RNG. You got Minty and username? Huge kissy hammy. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness. Just a little thanks? No, thank you, gamer. You're the one who's like, oh, Tippa's live? I'm gonna go watch. You're the one who comes here. I should be thanking you. Well, thank you. I do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. As I lose my voice. Wait, but Dingus wasn't subscribed? Thank you, Robo. Thank you for also growing the Sugar Bear community. Thank you so much for gifting us up to Dingus. I appreciate it very, 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 very much. Take the emotes. We're gonna get new emotes soon. Soon! With the... Well, I feel like I keep... Oh my gosh, Cubs. We have like a special announcement tomorrow, and I'm just like, oh yeah, let me just let me just spoil everything. Go get that partner. Yeehaw! I'm about to sort myself. I'm about to buy myself partner. Weehaw! Oh my goodness. Horrible. Thank you so much for gifting us up to Tasty Zero. Oh, is it like zero like the... Well, actually, let's not get there. Thank you for also growing the Sugar Bear community. And thank you also for... Oh my goodness, level 3 Hype Train Gamers. Galmers, thank you! I can't believe I'm getting the partner. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Dingus says I had to cancel all my subs while looking for a new job, but made sure to budget so I could give a few gifts here and there. Gamer, no. Gamer, brother, I'm gonna have all the free time in the world. Dox your job to me, and I'm gonna be looking through Indeed for you. I'm so sorry, but I do hope the job searching and everything as well. Thank you so much. I'm so... Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. No. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Cry, sob, tears. Oh my goodness. But yeah, just go hit partner. I'll try. I think it might be a little bit hard hitting partner as a education streamer, but well, we're gonna try. I'm not gonna lie to you. Remember that one IRL a streamer we raided into, Marie? She's a co-working like focus. Actually, there's actually really fun news with this. Okay, one, she does primarily co-working content, and she averages really high. Not being like, oh, Cubs, I could go higher and we could grow, blah 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 blah. I'm just like pleasantly surprised, but I think she has a really cool setup and a really like neat personality, so it all works out, you know. But speaking of like studying and whatnot, so who was it? Let me look at the super sweet bot really quick. Hold on, hold up, wait a minute. Oh, hold on. So Duke of Germany, who's the one who made the super sweet bot, by the way, which you can still use even if I'm still doing my own stuff. Excuse me, if you still have stuff to do, you can, I guess, co-work alongside me. But they made an announcement that someone joined our Discord, and basically they're like, hi, I'm so-and-so from Twitch Creators Expansion Team. We're reaching out to streamers who create co-working content. Our team is looking to build out a program that would support and level up creators in the space with a focus on collaboration and networking. But first, we'd like to learn more about your creative journey. We believe that many of you have great insight to what would make creators excited to apply and participate in this proposed program. We're looking for co-working streamers with 20 average viewers and above. Please fill out this form. If selected, we'll reach out and schedule a 30 to 60 minute call sometime this or next week to answer a few questions. After a completed interview, token appreciation. Does Twitch do that? Sure. Do they even do that? Sure. But either way, co-working has been something that Twitch has like looked at, and they're like, there's not really a demand for it. And then as of recently, I guess, especially with world changes and whatnot, and people working more from home and just kind of building the environment of like, hey, let's be productive like online. I wouldn't be surprised. But this guy said, hey, LMAO, I'm from so and so, and he talked to Duke. Is it legitimate? I'll take Duke's what do you call it? Side on this, because Duke is the one who advertised this. If they start asking for my social security, I'll start running, okay? Thing is, says I have a few friends who stream art and don't use a mic, just talk and chat. I kind of consider those co-working as well. Yeah. I think those are so nice sometimes, just to vibe. Tara did a lot of those, to be honest, you know? Baby, thank you! Thank you so much for the 200 bits. I appreciate you, the itty bitty bits. Oh my goodness, gamer! More hype in all the exam co-working success. Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Oh my goodness. I am looking forward to the success. But yeah, we'll get back into it. But yeah, look forward to that question mark if it's real. And if it's not real, I'll tell you, Cubs, like, yeah, guys, that was a scam. Or, hey, Cubs, I'm now a Twitch ambassador for co-working. I'm moving on up in the world. Aren't you proud of me? My voice is dying. Guys. Thank you for a level 1. I've changed it to... Moth free? Hi, welcome, gamer. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Huh? What's with the sus emote? And why is that elf oddly familiar? I'm like, is he a character or is he just like a generic elf? Either way, welcome, welcome, welcome. Casual says maybe I'm paranoid by clicking on the wrong link. They can get... Oh, I get it. No, I understand. I felt so bad. I felt so bad because I ran into a person recently at my hitman job who was very paranoid. I guess as they should at my hitman job. But they're like, yeah, I've gotten my identity stolen a few times. And I'm like, gamer, how are you? How's that happening to you? Like, huh? Like, don't get me wrong. I don't want to put this person's business out there. Yeah, a few times I'm like, what are you doing? Are you like really giving away your social security or something? Like, what's happening? But when I need to get a hold of them, I'm like, hey, I'm actually calling from this official agency. Yeah. And they're like, are you sure? And I'm like, as I sit in this office, yes. But I felt so bad because they're like, we're on a phone call, right? We're on the phone, right? And I'm like, yeah, we're on the phone. But I lied to him because we're on MS Teams, which is technically the phone that I used during the office and blah, 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 blah. And our call ended up getting disconnected. And what happens is that if you try to call back an MS Team number, it will say, hey, you called MS Teams. That guy did not want to answer my call back. I felt so bad. I promise I'm not doing any like scam business either, but it was just very unfortunate because this was a very important phone call for this guy. And I'm just like, oh, he's missing his opportunity because of paranoia. Oh yeah, this official agency. Like if you're streaming from an office, you're doing it officially. Yeah, I don't know how to tell the guy like, hey, I'm just from this person. You gotta notice about this to know that someone was gonna call you on this day at this time. You knew this was gonna happen. I didn't randomly pick this. You literally got a physical letter and months in advance to prepare for this because it's something that you decided on the dark webs to apply to. Brother, just answer the call. It's okay, it made my job easier. If someone doesn't want to pick up, I can only do so many attempts to reach them, and then I'm like, okay, we're done. I think that was like one of my last ones for the day too, so I just went home after. I was like, all right, I don't care. My life, not theirs, I guess. Not living in such a selfish way, but I was just like, I want to go home. I want to go stream. Anyway. Oh my goodness, I yapped. Anyway, Cubs, would you forgive me? Actually, how fast is this? Not fast at all. Hi, Cubs. I'm gonna politely use this time the BRB because we are approaching the 2-hour mark. An ad manager screams at us and they play an ad for like what? 2, 3. I'm counting. I'm learning how to count. 3 minutes. So during this time, I'll use this time to stand up, stretch, pet baby peas, and hydrate. My mouth is like so dry right now. All this talking after not talking for a few days is really getting to me. So I'm gonna politely use this time to maybe make like a little persona drink for myself. Yeah. So also please feel free to use this time as a oh my goodness, how do you say it? Please also use this time to take care of yourself. So hydrate, eat something super yummy, and also stand up and stretch, okay? Say hey to baby peas. I will. I love her. I love her. Get it, Galmer? Get in it. But yeah, I'm like so thirsty. Politely BRB. I'm so sorry. Again, I'm gonna find the subtitles to my BRB. I'm gonna do it, but today is not the day, you know? Oh? Anyway. Huh? For some reason I get ad breaks with a delay of 5 to 10 minutes, maybe because I'm overseas? Oh, brother. I don't know. Maybe. I try to make sure that the ads are... that the ads overlap when I'm gone so you don't miss anything. That's weird that there's a delay. I'm sorry. One day she'll rudely BRB. Oh, I hate you, Cubs. BRB! I felt like it sounded like a vampire. Bleh, bleh. I'm mad. And I will suck your blood or something like that. Oh my goodness, have you Cubs seen the little shorts about the kid vampire? Kid vampire. They're very cute comics. I will pick up and show you Cubs later. Okay. I'm gonna go now. Thank you. Goodbye. Thank you. Goodbye. Politely. My voice is still not back. But I'll get it, I guess. I don't know why I'm losing my voice. Is that bad? Is that bad as someone who's like, yeah, I'm really excited about gaming and streaming. Wow, it'd really suck if I lost my voice. But it's okay. We'll make through. We're only page 14 out of 72. I mean, like, how bad could it be? You'll just have to hear me when I sound like this, and I sound like a grandma. This is what happens when I post a time capsule from 4 years ago. I suddenly remember my age, and I just start dying. I remember back in my day. But why does it sound like this? Anyway, so let's continue on with whatever we have to do, okay? So, the sacroiliac joint ligamentous weakness and instabilities, and blah 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 blah. So, what the heck is the sacroiliac? So, the sacrum is right here, and then the ilium of the hip bone right here is here. Hence the word sacrum. Excuse me, iliac. Da-dum. And what happens is that there's so many ligaments involved, not just only in the back but also in the front, but we're gonna be mostly focusing on the ones in the back. But what happens is that I actually don't think I can do it. What? I don't want to lose my voice. I want to stream tomorrow. Should probably take a break from high-pitched screaming. Brother, it's already too late. I screamed that content warning. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure I can also just, I don't know, speak like this, I guess. I'm trying to conserve my voice. I can just speak in a whisper. So this is the weakness to the ligamentous structure of the sacroiliac joint, just like the supraspinous, the anterior sacroiliac ligament, and posterior sacroiliac ligament. That screaming was crazy? Brother, I was scared. You know what was the worst part? I saw that hand that New walked into. I didn't have the opportunity to warn them because I thought they had also saw it, but they didn't. And then they got grabbed, and I don't know what happens with that kind of situation. Like, I don't know if there's actually an opportunity to save people from that, you know? But yeah, then I died, and then I ran into a laser dog, which, by the way, was my first time running into that dog. And then the snail was there, and then the snail was just blocking the shots like that. I was very happy, and then I realized, actually, if I'm alone, I'm not getting out of here. Just kill me, it's fine. And some people say that's quitter's mentality. Brother, I don't even know where the camera was. Me and New had walked so deep in there, like, it's fine, it's fine. I literally will respawn because that's what gamers do. They don't die, they respawn. Anyway, we'll try our best with the voice, I guess. So for sacroiliac joint weakness, how this can happen is that, so there's things that we want to consider in a patient's history, maybe something we'll hear in an interview, mechanism of injury, etc. And sometimes it could just be repeated minor strains, and again, strains are going to be are bone on bone. Obesity can be a thing that's gonna maybe stretch the ligaments out and cause that pain. Poor postural habits, poor body mechanics, and what was really interesting to me was the prolonged exposure to vibration, such as people who are truck drivers. I'll never forget this image, or apparently just being exposed to long-term vibration is bad, but I'll never forget this image of a I wonder if I can find it. A truck driver, and they're like, yeah, I've been trucking for years, and I'm like, oh goodness, I guess it shows. Let me see. But it was so interesting to see a truck driver who wasn't wearing sunscreen. And maybe this is my little plea for it to be like, Cubs, wear sunscreen. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, this guy was a truck driver for 28 years, and apparently At the time of this photo, he is 69 years old. Ooh, jump scare warning about a face. Ooh. But again, driving for 28 years, and what happens is that he didn't wear sunscreen. And what happens is that half his face was exposed to the sun, because as you would imagine how he hits in the window. And so they're like, wow, his face is aged 20 years on one side, and then the other side is perfectly fine. Make sure to wear your sunscreen. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know, I feel like truck driving would be somewhat of a comfy job, I guess. But then I realized, oh, actually I don't like driving, you know? Truly is what it is, though. Oh? Oh no, gamer. Are my notifications not working? Anyway, gamer, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cub Club. Welcome, 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 welcome. Make sure to wear your sunscreen. Anyway, some other things that you're gonna find in the history for sacral joint ligamentous weakness is that maybe they have a history of cracking their back for relief. People who are like, oh, let me just they may be a candidate for having this SI joint weakness. Maybe they tend to have catches or twinges with sudden pain, like they move in a certain way and they're like, oh, that hurts so much. Pain with prolonged sitting or standing can be a thing. Obesity and minor repetitive strain. So basically the same thing as we said here is something that you'll find in the history. But thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. I'm losing my voice, gamer. So I'll take any hydrate, even my water bottles. Boop. One moment. Thank you. Starting to become self-conscious about it, gamers. Maybe I should write a little notice to be like, hey, sorry I'm not at my tip of voice fullness today. I lost my voice somehow. I lost it, and now all I can do is sound like a smoker or sound like a quiet child who's too shy to speak up. Anyway, so as you can tell, this is going to be a very gradual, very progressive thing that happens. Normally we talk about a lot of things happening from trauma because, you know, what doesn't stem from trauma at this point, but it's more of a stretching that happens, whether it's from the vibration, the obesity, the strains, the poor body mechanics, etc. So what happens is that the patient with ligamentous weakness will complain about pain with a fixed position, and then that pain will relieve when they change that position. And then they'll have this ligamentous low backache. And what that means is that it's not just here, it's up here as well. If this is hurting, the whole body's hurting. But in more reality, this is also hurting as well. And because it's ligamentous, it might be a little bit more inflamed here as well. So it's actually going to be very sensitive to the touch. Structurally, what we might find is that there's a possible spondylolisthesis. And we'll actually dedicate a whole section of spondylolisthesis and just a few syndromes down. Spondylolisthesis, there's really no pleasant way of saying it, but it's basically when your spine slips. You know, we've drawn the spine plenty of times, but what happens in this particular case is that the vertebra, the one block of the vertebra above, it's moving a little bit more forward than the rest of the spine, and this slippage can vary, and we'll talk about that again in greater detail. But what happens is that you might palpate a specific, like a step, and so we understand our spine to be, let's actually draw it out. So you know our spine, spine is processes like when we feel our back, we're like, ooh, our back, or at least the middle of it's so bumpy. When you have spondylolisthesis, and I'm telling you that one of the vertebrae moves forward, what happens is that you might palpate a step. So you know how you go down the stairs? I don't think you need a walking down the stair tutorial, but but when you start palpating, you'll notice that, hey, there's a little, like, I feel the spinous process a little bit more forward. Why is that the case? Oh, they might have spondylolisthesis. This vertebra is slipping onto the bottom one, and ba 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 ba. Now, the document, and what we'll again rediscuss in just a little bit, is that this will actually disappear in prone. Prone again is a position of when the patient is laying on their tummy. So when they lay on their tummy, so now this is so when the patient, you cubs, lays on their tummy, what happens is that the spinous processes go back in order because of the soft tissue that pushes up against it, and then that's when the step disappears, and that's why it's like, oh, this is gonna disappear in prone. And this is prone, by the way, again, laying on your tummy. Sorry, I've never wrote my P's that way ever in my life until right now. And then supine is just laying on your back. And there you go, you are now a medical professional. Yay! Congratulations, gamers. Supine. Alright, let me go ahead and hide Emma's pink because we are going to use this image again in just a moment. Poor posture, so you might see them around shoulders, their neck, their back. They may have excessive kyphosis, so again, more of that booty popping. And then again, they may just structurally show that they may be an obese individual. So what active range of motion, is basically asking them to move in certain ways. Let's say we have them do a forward bending. Like, hey, can you reach your toes for me really quick? Like, you know, like show off how flexible you are, I guess. There's gonna be an uneven motion. Maybe when they bend forward, there's gonna be more of a forward bending to like the left or the right. There might be a slippage. There might be a juddering. So they kind of like, how do you say it? Juddering is like a it's a not smooth motion, basically. As they approach end range, they're going to have pain in the middle or the end range, and then really they're just gonna have poor balance and neuromuscular control. It's just not gonna be a really pretty sight, unfortunately. But it's fine, it's okay. Excuse me. Goodness. You think the Persona drinks are making me more hiccupy? Because I feel like I've never hiccuped more in my life. Anyway, with more SI weakness stuff, what's gonna happen here for palpations of condition? We talked about how sensitive it could be to the touch, and there could be that involuntary muscle guarding. Again, they don't really know what's wrong, they just know it's hurting, it's painful, and in that area there might be again some hypertonicity, and we really just want to see how can we directly treat that impairment to resolve that myofascia involuntary muscle guarding. Palpation for mobility, we didn't really talk about this too much, but the technique we do for the spine to like feel the motion basically. And because if there's ligamentous weakness, you're more likely to see hypermobilities. You wouldn't see hypomobilities. Hypermobility, how do you call it? It's because the ligament keeps everything stable, so if you're like, ooh, loosey-goosey basically without your ligament, hence the hypermobility. Patients, I don't think there would be anything really wrong with your manual muscle testing or anything wrong with your strength. But for special tests, they might have a positive sign with prone instability test, which is just to show that they're a good candidate for like a low back stabilization program. And this is a weird exercise where you basically have the patient in prone, so laying on their tummy, and you lift their legs up. And you're like, hey, does that provoke the same pain? And if they say yes, positive sign. If they say no, negative. You don't really know? Don't really know what? Huh? Sorry. But yeah, some treatments for this is that if it's in the early stages, stabilization exercises and posture and back education training are going to be super vital. I'm not saying that, oh, this condition's not reversible, but like if you make them aware, you know, earlier intervention has better outcomes. If they come to you much later, basically things that you'd want to do is maybe doing some resting controlled activities, corset bracing, or even taping. I'm not sure if you guys have heard about the kinesio taping stuff. I don't really know too much about it, unfortunately, so no questions please. But the corset bracing and the taping is going to allow them to have that like tactile or like that touch feedback, and basically it kind of gives them the idea of like how many times they lose lumbar neutral. So if I'm upright, this is my normal posture, the taping or the bracing is going to be pushing into me if I'm like, oh, I'm forward bending now. Oh, I'm forward bending. It's like, oh, no. You feel like kind of digging into you. right, Thames, get back up, get back to lumbar neutral, and that's gonna be really just beneficial in the long run. You know, there's nothing we could do like rehab wise to be like, yeah, we're gonna fix your ligament, but we can help strengthen it and help maintain it and help keep your body in neutral to make sure that you're not experiencing these pains. But what's really interesting, and we actually have a patient right here who is in extreme lordosis, so every time I say, hey, your booty's popping out, this is what I'm talking about. This is not normal. Anterior pelvic tilt, so his pelvis is like tilting forward and then his booty's popping. Yeah, not pretty, not a good look. But this is how some people look if they have excessive lordosis. What's really interesting, just because of the proximity of where the SI joint is with the low back and all that jazz, if your patient or even you, and I hope you cubs never get hurt, I hope you all live a nice, healthy, and I don't know, just a good life with good physical and mental health. But if for whatever reason, if you feel a sharp pain in your back, the first thing that you should do is backwards bend. Backwards bend, or put yourself into this lordotic position. I know I just insulted this position saying that it's not pretty, but this slight backwards bending is going to help because it's going to help approximate or bring closer the tear of the annulus fibrosus if it's torn, and create a compression on the posterior disc to prevent ambition of fluids. So that's a lot of words. So let's actually, I think we have a whole, oh my gosh, hold on. I think we have a whole thing dedicated to disc herniation, so I don't know why we're kind of skipping it, but we'll talk about this again. Hold on. I wonder if there's a normal. Maybe this works. So, just to reiterate, and we'll talk about this again, this is a normal disc. So you have your annulus fibrosus and you have your nucleus pulposus here. I like to refer to this frequently as like a jelly-filled donut. And what happens is that the jelly, it's gonna be here, but what happens is that this annulus fibrosus, this pink, tears for some reason. All this is going to pretty much leak out, and if it leaks out, it's gonna get into the fluids of the body, and then it's gonna expand, and then it's just it's a mess, honestly. So when you feel a sharp pain, it's saying that, hey, maybe one of the vertebra has broken, one of the annulus fibrosus of it is broken, and what happens is that you want to do this backward bending because you want to try to bring these fibers together. If you move forward, I'm not a good artiste to start drawing this over, but use your imagination, I guess. If you bend forward, that is not going to help bring the fibers closer. You want to try to get them as close as possible to approximate, and you don't want this to grow either, because what happens is that this middle, this nucleus pulposa, is very fluid hungry, so it will expand and hurt and then press on the nerves. It's such a pain. Look, even here right now with herniated disc, this is pressing on the nerve root, which is why sometimes patients will have like a one-sided like, I have this radiating pins and needle sensation going down my leg, and it's like, oh, because they most likely have, not to say they have a herniated disc. We'll talk about stenosis and everything like that in a little bit, but this tends to be a very frequent cause, you know? But yeah, after this, what happens is that they're advised to get into a corset, basically, to keep them in this position, and basically we want to maintain to prevent a herniation. I mean, it's already pretty much herniated, but like there's different steps of how a disc gets herniated, and we'll talk about that in a little bit as well, but we want to not make it worse, basically. But ligamentous weakness is actually a precursor to a disc problem. So that's why it's very important that if these people, if you suspect the ligamentous weakness and they feel the sharp pain, the precursor's there. Now we have the actual condition. Hey, this person is on the way of having a disc herniation. How can we minimize the symptoms, basically? And bam, there we go. That causes numbness? Yeah. So the numbness, the tingling, the etc. Can all happen because of a compressed nerve root. Hi, Kidok. Hi. That could explain why Peter Parker Parker? Parker! I was hurting his back a lot? Oh, brother, I think there's many reasons why that poor guy was hurting his back. But yeah, here's basically the same thing that we said, but we'll go ahead and I don't know if we should read. I mean, we can read it just to say that we read it. Sure. But ligamentous weakness for the SI joint specifically, again, can happen because of repetitive minor strains, obesity, or poor postural habits, or prolonged exposure to vibration, again, similar to like truck drivers. Signs and symptoms are that they're having pain with a fixed position, the pain is relieved by changing that position, and they really enjoy cracking their back a lot. The ligaments, especially the supraspinous and the SI ones, are very sensitive to touch. It hurts to touch. Early stages would really be good with stabilization, while later stages, maybe bracing and everything like that would be really nice in the backward bending if they feel that sharp pain. History, again, that you'll find with someone who may have an SI weakness is that, again, they have a lot of catches and twinges. There's a lot of sudden pain and they have prolonged pain with sitting or standing. And again, they can have any of these structural things, including spondylolisthesis and involuntary muscle guarding. The movement is active. When they're doing active movement, like again, that forward bending, they're going to have an uneven motion. Again, maybe the left moves a little bit more than the right. They're having that slippage. They're having a juddering. Again, that motion, when you ask them to bend forward, is not smooth. They're like, it's like pressing on the brakes. There's pain at mid and end range, and there's poor balance. There's going to be tenderness to palpation. They're going to be hypermobile, and they're going to have that positive prone instability test. So that's going to be your ligamentous weakness, okay? We didn't really talk about this too much, but we could talk about things that are good. So when someone has a positive prone instability test, again, this doesn't really diagnose anything. This just says, hey, this patient would be really good and really benefit from these lumbar or low back or just back in general stabilization exercises. And there's some CPRs, clinical practice, what is the R for? Oh my gosh, let's change this to a G. Clinical practice guideline for stabilization. So to see who responds best other than people who have that test, which is right here, it's patients who are less than the age of 40. They have abnormal motions present, and they have a good hamstring length. Basically, like they can get pretty close to their toes. And I think normally it's like 3 out of 4. If you have 3 out of 4 of these, you would be a good candidate basically for the stabilization. So yay! Huh? It turns out that falling from a rooftop is bad for your back? Who knew? I think this continues on. I don't know, maybe I mixed some things up? Maybe I did. Okay, so let's continue on with the SI joint stuff. So the SI joint, we already had looked at a picture of it, and again, it's just a wacky structure. Now, it gets even wackier because there's actually 3 ways that this, what do you call it? The SI joint itself can get hurt. It can be due to a stress or strain, it can be due to hypermobility or instability, or it can be due to displacement. I don't know if I have pictures. No, I wasn't very picture heavy. I'm so sorry, Cubs. Normally, I love pictures and I love showing you like what it is. I guess I didn't have time. I guess I was like, oh, this is good enough as long as it has the information. Am I right? Sorry. Oops. Give me one moment. Maybe if I put this on the side, I'd feel better, you know? There you go. Ooh, the hip joint. So now no one could be like, what are you talking about, Tippa? And I'll be like, look, the hip, it's yours. I say, hi, gamer. Thank you so much for the 1 year, 10 months, 28 days, and 21 hours. Happy almost 1 year, 10 months, 29 days. Oh my goodness, anniversary. Hi, gamer. I hope you've been doing super duper well. Welcome. Choco, hi gamer, I saw you on Mango stream who I was gonna raid yesterday, but she ended earlier than anticipated. I was so sad. I was gonna see you and wave hi. You study biology? Oh, brother, I don't, so I guess I can't explain why cat bears exist and they're real, because cat bears do not exist. Bearcats exist, though. But not cat bears. I mean, cat bears do exist in my heart. And if I just organized all my files, so I'm absolutely... Oh, wait, no, I'm not useless. This is cat bear. I haven't seen cat bear in so long. He's so cute. This is cat bear. So cute. But me, I'm bearcat. Me, gongaga. I can't believe I played the game and I can make the references. Yay. I could put cat bear here. That's fine. Damn, the hipster brother. You're gonna bring me back to my roots. Not a game, I'm a dragon emperor? Oh, I'm sorry. Dragon emperor. Welcome, dragon emperor and gamer. Antigone, hi, welcome. A very accurate description. What? Very accurate as in hipster? Huh? Hi, gamers, welcome. We're just rereading some notes because I have my final today. Not my final ever, but the finals. Huh? Oh. Oh. Hey, Cubs, I've come to a realization. Are you ready to hear this with me? I was like, oh wow, gamers, I'm just so excited. We don't have to do this for quite some time. I forgot. So if you Cubs haven't heard, I'm going to Yeehaw Land for 6 weeks in July, which means that my classes end a little bit earlier. So your girl still has finals probably in like 2 months. No! How could this happen again? That's so funny. Damn, I'm never gonna escape this until I graduate, huh? The finalists of finals. That's so sad. Now I'm stressed. It's like, Tippa, one thing at a time, one thing at a time. It's like, yeah, I have finals again in 2 months. Oh. Nothing actually fun. When can I share the good news? You can hear the good news tomorrow during stream when I start blasting my special announcement. Sorry. I probably shouldn't be doing that. I literally said, huh, my voice kind of hurts and I don't think I could speak. Now I'm just making all these noises. Hey, I'm hydrating. Sorry for the coughing baby in your ear. Oh my goodness. Anyway. Back to SI joint strain and sprain. Yeehaw! How do I have a final again in 2 months? Anyway. So, what happens is that your patient may come in and they're like, owie, I fell recently. And I'll be like, well, how did you fall? And they're like, I fell on my butt. So what happens is that people can have some kind of sacroiliac stress and strain when they fall on their ischiotuberosities, or right here, this is your ischiotuberosity. This is what I like to refer to as your butt bone. If you're sitting right now, and I hope you become hyper conscious of the bones in your skin and your body, that bony prominence, that bony feeling you feel in your chair, in your butt, on your butt? No, in, I guess. That is your ischiotuberosity. So when people fall, they fall straight down here. That's gonna be part of their history. Or maybe they bump down the stairs. So, you know, someone fell down the stairs and they're bumping their butt like kind of like a cartoon character. Or maybe the stress and strain happened because look how many ligaments there are, but maybe there was a really awkward twist and reach with the situation. So it's kind of like, oh, okay. So what's going to happen is that these type of onsets for the stress and strain tend to be acute. And I'm not saying it's trauma, but it's definitely like a sudden accident, basically. And so if we were to go assess their pain, it would be unilateral pain, typically, over the affected SI joint. And the pain is very localized. You know how people are like, oh, I have all this pain, and it radiates from here and there, and it's like, it's just all over, and they like circle their back? No. For this, the SI, they could just point at their butt, a specific location, and they're like, here. And it's like, oh, Okay. Cool. Makes my life easier. What's really interesting is that for structural inspection, if you're to be like, okay, patient, I'm gonna take a few steps back and I'm just gonna look at you. You see that the patient actually leans to the side that they heard on. So they point to the right side of their like butt and they're leaning towards the right. What happens is that they're leaning towards the side of the pain because they don't want to stretch it. Think of, I don't know what's a good I don't know what's a good example. Just visualize it with me, Cubs. Basically, if you were to basically stretch, you would be stretching if you pull one thing to the opposite side, basically. So like a rubber band. If you pull left and right, then yeah, it's gonna stretch because it's opposite forces. But if you bring it together, or if you don't do anything with it, then it, you know, it doesn't really hurt that much, or it doesn't stretch as much because you're not pulling at it. Same principle here. For active range of motion, they might have reduced anterior torsion, which is just a really fancy way of popping the booty out, which is like, I know I should probably find more scientific terms to sound more confident to my future patients, but I literally kid you not. So anterior torsion is your booty out. Posterior torsion, and torsion, by the way, is referring to the rotation that your hips are doing. So booty out for anterior torsion. Posterior torsion is like a thrust of like the hip and then keeping it in that forward position. They're also gonna have a reduced forward bending. So the forward bending kind of goes back to the idea of that it popping up the butt, because that's the same motion that would occur with someone who is doing forward bending. Smiley emoji. So palpation for condition. So if you were to palpate this person in this area with their permission, with their consent, of course, you would notice that it would be painful to the touch. The ligaments are inflamed and they're just hurting. So yay for more confirmation. And because this is dealing with the ligaments again with stress and strain, you would find that they're hypermobile. Muscle testing again is not really affected. It's just the ligamental strain that's going to affect the stability. But for special tests, oh boy, there's actually quite a lot. So we could do a... Will I be able to draw this? Oh, I have MS Paint open. Oh, I have MS Paint open already. Hold on. We'll save this for spondylolisthesis. So there's a test called thigh thrust. And it's a... special test. Where's my spelling right now? Thigh thrust. And this is a really interesting technique. So what happens is that, let's say this is me, right? I have a bow on my head now. This is me. I have to reach under the patient's like butt, also apply my force like here, and whoever the patient is, good luck, have fun. But let's see, it's a fighting game move. It has to be at this point, right? I have to like reach, like this is their leg, but I also have to reach under their like, oh, it's so weird. I also have to reach under their butt. And then I have to apply a downward force down. While my hand's underneath their sacrum, basically. I hope this made sense, but basically applying a pressure like this with their leg up. I wonder if I can actually get like a picture, and then you guys would be like, Tippa, is that what you're trying to draw? And I'll be like, yes, gamer. I was trying to draw this. You're welcome. This is basically the technique. It was basically the same picture. Hold on, we gotta compare it. It was basically the same. Anyway, so what happens is that this is going to cause pain, or it shouldn't cause pain, but it'll cause pain if they have that stress strain. I'll be like, oh, ow, this hurts. Talking about more special tests and whatnot, another test that's going to be on here is compression distraction, and this one's really interesting. Basically, I am here. I am here. And I'm just like, I'm, oh, hold on. I'm so sorry that I have to be right here at your hips, but I basically have to apply a force that is that is either distracting, so I have to pull your hips apart, or I pull your hips towards. So we have the distraction and the compression, and that's also supposed to invoke pain, basically. Tippa's grab command, basically. Me checking the couch cushions for my keys? What? No! No, but yeah, that's another wacky test that people can do. So let me go ahead and minimize this. So those are all going to be positive if they have a stress strain. So let's talk about some treatment really quick. So if someone, or you suspect yourself, or maybe a loved one, who has a SI, sacroiliac stress strain, some things you want to do is basically reduce any of the inflammation. The tissue is going to be so irritated that localized pain is not going to fix itself. So, I mean, it will, but it'll be slow. So, we could do electrical stimulation, which is really good for pain management. Electrical stimulation can be like what people may be more familiar with when we say like the TEMS unit. We can apply heat. We can do ice. Excuse me. And basically, we can have them take over-the-counter medication if their primary care physician allows it. Or, I mean, if they know they can take it, they can take anti-inflammatories over-the-counter or as prescribed. Even though it's a little bit irritated, we can do a little bit of strengthening. We can strengthen the multifidus muscle, which again we'll see and talk about a little bit later, and other core muscles to help calm down that irritation, but also to have those core muscles and that multifidus support the SI joint while it's going through some hard times. Basically, patient education is, hey, can you not fall again? Hey, are you having balancing issues or fall issues? You need like an assistive device? Like, what's happening, brother? Try not to do it again. But what happens is that if this is a relatively common occurrence, obviously, red flag. But second, if this is constantly occurring and the patient happens to be female, these multiple sprains and strains and falling literally on their butt bone can actually turn into hypermobility and turn into instabilities, which can be actually way worse. So let's actually talk about it. So next we're going to move on to SI joint, hypermobility, and instability. Let me go ahead and sip really quick. But Mr. Gray, hey, welcome on in. Welcome. Go. Go vibes. Go vibes. Let's go, gamer. Welcome on in. Welcome. Oh, my brain turned off. Okay, hey, take a little baby break. Okay, let's actually get through it because there's actually not too much. But if you worked today, Mr. Gray, I hope you had a good work day. Welcome. We're just reviewing. I have my final today, and I think I'm facing final fatigue. I've been studying since last week. I've been studying since the start of the semester. I've been studying since the start of the program. I've been studying before that because I wanted to do good in the program. Okay. Anyway, now that I got that screaming out. So hypermobility and stability, the history, things that you would hear maybe during the interview is that the person just has poor posture, and maybe how do you call it? There could have been some trauma in their activities of daily livings when they were doing some activities. Maybe they got hurt playing a sport. There may be a previous surgical history of surgical fusion, and we talked about that a little bit earlier. We talked about that if you fuse something, it doesn't really move the way that you want it to anymore, which could be good or bad depending on why you even got the fusion surgery in the first place. But what happens is that in addition to the hypermobility above and below, it can actually increase the stress. So you end up with ASD, which is adjacent segment disease, which is just basically a degeneration of the mobile segment of the vertebrae, either above or below a fused spinal segment. Womp womp. But yeah, so patients will tend to complain about fatigue in the lumbar spine. They feel like they might need to lay down or sit often. The pain is on assuming a fixed position. They're like, hey, when I do this, it hurts. This pain is chronic. It's been happening for more than 4 weeks. They also have catches and twinges, and they also have pain with prolonged sitting and standing. So basically, this is sounding very similar to what we had just talked about earlier with the SI joint ligament. Now, the only trauma, sorry for trauma again. The only difference is kind of the history. This is poor posture's ADL surgical fusion, while ligamentous weakness is more gradual. It's repeated strains, it's the obesity, it's the poor posture, it's the prolonged exposure to vibrations. Stuff like that, basically. So, onset is more acute and can be gradual as well, depending, especially if they got that surgical fusion. But the type of pain they experience is different. They're gonna experience a dull ache with prolonged position, especially if they're in some kind of weird backwards torsion. So, this could be similar to like a single leg extended position. So basically, if you're like single leg like a flamingo and then you have like your leg kicked out, that's not the most ideal position for you if you have this condition of, again, the instability. The pain, for whatever reason, radiates. There's no neurological symptoms, but the pain can go from the posterior thigh unilaterally, the actual SI joint itself, the butt, or the posterior lateral leg. So this pain travels. And the structure, you'll notice poor posture. Maybe you'll notice a lumbar step because of the hypermobility and how that can affect the spine. Involuntary muscle guarding, which again, involuntary muscle guarding can happen due to a dysfunction, due to an injury, and we have to address the impairment directly to fix that kind of guarding. And then you'll notice that the iliac crest is lowered on standing. So what does this mean? So instead of like, hey, if I asked you, hey Cubs, put your hands on your hip while you stand, you'll notice that if you have hypermobility or instability, you'll notice that one hip is dropping or one hip is higher than the other. That is what this patient's going to present with, basically. Same with the active range of motion, very similar to the ligament stuff, is that they're going to have that uneven movement, that juddering, that pain, and just poor balance control. When you palpate for mobility, you'll notice that it's hypermobile, especially in their pubic symphysis. So their pubic symphysis is, oh, you don't see it. Hold on. Pubic symphysis. It doesn't need to be that big. So, their pubic symphysis is this, basically. Sorry, hold on. Let me clear my throat. I sound so nasally. Hold on. Alright, I'm back. But yeah, so pubic symphysis is this is the one that I love referring back to on my time at the other program, where I'm like, yeah, I had to palpate this on different people, both male and female, and it was not pleasant. The pubic symphysis is something you could probably even try palpating out yourself. Basically, it is in the pelvic area, it is in the more private area, basically, and if you feel I wouldn't say a bony protuberance, but I feel like if you press and you feel like you need to pee, you might be in the right place. Because your bladder sits right here, baby. So when you're pressing down trying to find this bone, you're just pushing on that poor person's bladder, and it... But yeah, so what happens is that someone with a hypermobility at the SI joint, they might have more of a hypermobile, like this bad boy moves like nobody's business. Great area right here. So for muscle testing, now we're starting to have like low back muscles that are weak, and maybe the multifidus isn't where it's supposed to be right now. For special tests for hypermobility, what we're going to go ahead and do is that we can do the prone instability test. So again, very similar to ligament stuff. But any of the springing tests, which are the compression distraction, will also come out as positive. Excuse me. The test that we talked about earlier, if they provoke pain, they're positive, bam. But the only difference between this is, again, die thrust for the stress strain, hypermobility, prone instability. Now, let's go ahead and talk about displacement. I had asked my professor, I was like, how does an SI joint get displaced? She had some x-rays on hand, so that was fun. That was fun looking at, like, hey, this person was horse riding and the horse fell back on them and crushed their pelvis. Or, hey, LMAO, this person was driving on their motorcycle and a car T-boned them. And she just showed me the x-rays and I'm like, Professor? Huh? What? Don't get me wrong, it's not gory or anything, but I'll show you the x-rays. And these are not the specific patient, but you could see right here the displacement. And then they're using all the screws and metal pieces to bring it together. So it can get displaced for multiple reasons. Typically, trauma. But thank you for the hydrate, thank you. And Arif, hi, welcome. Write that down. Basically. Apparently my professor is very passionate about the SI joint or pelvic health, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of questions that bias more towards this, you know, which is why I'm like super duper focused on it. Oh yeah, let me hydrate really quick. I'm almost out of water. It's okay, we're gonna get a little break in a little bit. Let me check this. Alright. Thank you! Hello, Tipa. Hello, Era. Hope it's going well. Kick your finals ass? I will! I'm gonna do it! It's gonna get kicked so hard! My kickboxing career is gonna start. It's gonna be so great. But yeah, welcome! We just have a little bit more, and when I mean a little bit, I mean we're only 20 pages out of 73. That's okay. It's only 3:30. We have about 3 more hours. Let me think. Yeah, we'll get a good chunk done. Because I think a good chunk of it in a little bit is going to be more images, and I think we're going to be good. I'm really excited about the progress and getting this exam over with. Anyway, so for SI displacement, what's gonna happen is that there could be a possible MVA, which again is a motor vehicle accident. And really, what's gonna happen is that there's no position of them being comfy, and they're gonna have constant or near constant low-grade pain, even at bed rest. Even if you're like, hey, sitting, standing, laying down, nothing. And it's like, okay, time to go to bed. You know, you're really well rested, you're relaxed. Any pain? And they're gonna be like, yeah, there's pain. As you would imagine, as you saw from that image. Yeah, of course. The type of onset tends to be acute. So again, motor vehicle accident tends to kind of literally hit you out of nowhere, unfortunately. Pain assessment, again, it's going to be that constant pain pretty much all the time. And structurally, you will most likely notice a raised or lowered iliac crest. Now again, you have to distinguish that between the hypermobility and displacement through other things. Like again, if they're saying they're having pain all the time and you notice the uneven, like, how do you call it? Iliac crest? Oh yeah, displacement. Oh, okay, they have, an iliac crest? Oh, actually it says raised or lowered. So I guess if it's raised, it's automatically displaced. But if it's lowered, then you have to take the steps to, like, consider, like, oh, which one is it again? My son, Ichi! Welcome, gamer! Welcome! I'm sorry, gamer, I got you. I can fix the Gao economy. And for you, anything. Hold on. Ta-da! Congratulations, gamer, you won! But I hope you're doing well. Welcome on in, gamer. Ta-dang. Thank you for the shout out and the points, of course. In this Gao economy, we need it. Oh my goodness. Nothing to see here? Exactly. Nothing to see here, gamers. Alright, let's go ahead and... Sorry, I was looking at something really quick. Huh. Interesting. Anyway, I'll keep that there. Okay, so, continuing on. So, we talked about all this hypermobility that we'll find, but for displacement, we're actually gonna find hypomobility. That seems a little counterintuitive, but when your bone is not really there, you're not really moving. Hee hee. You'll notice that the supine to sit test will be positive and, well, the pelvis ends up being stuck in a position. So supine to sit literally is like, hey, can you lay down? I'm gonna hold onto your pelvis this whole time and palpate in this location. All right, lay down. All right, now go up to sitting. And then what happens is that the pelvis doesn't move. And when I mean sitting, by the way, I mean long sitting. So long sitting is going to be MSP. Hold on. So long sitting is a little bit wacky, I guess, but not really. It is basically like this. I don't know, like you're sitting at, I don't know, like a picnic or outside or something like that. You just have your legs stretched out on like the table. That's long sitting. Alright, now that I got that out of the way. So, if it doesn't move, positive test. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, I didn't get the opportunity to talk about treatment for, oh my gosh, hypermobility and displacement. So let's talk about those, okay? For hypermobility and stability, really a big rule of thumbs, the golden rule is that, hey, if something is hypomobile, make it move. If something's hypermobile, don't make it move. It's too loosey-goosey. We need to stabilize it before this somehow re-injures or injures in the first place. So there's an SI belt or a maternity binder that can help stabilize the individual. Maybe, what do you call it? It's not like a lumbar corset, and that's what it's emphasizing. You don't want it on your back. You want it really low. Let's see. SI joint belt. Like it's like awkwardly low. I want one where it's not a person in their underwear. Thank you. It's something like this. So the boat sits very low. It's not on this person's back because this is probably like their L4, so their back probably ends like right here, and it's supporting lower. It's a little awkward to be honest. Yeah. Also, you sure your catchphrase isn't "Cowabunga"? Brother, when I rebrand, which will be very unfortunate if I rebrand with this upcoming announcement. Anyway, sorry. If I ever rebrand to a surfer bearcat, I got you. Maybe if I have a summer theme like that, maybe. I don't think I will though, because I don't know how to swim and the water scares me, I guess. Anyway, so yeah, basically SI belt, strengthen the muscles, and really the last resort is fusion. Forever 17 Bearcat Ninja Turtle, basically. Gnarly? Tubular. So for displacement treatment, what we want to do is manipulation. We want to do manipulation because it's hypomobile and we wanted to get it moving again. But really, we just want to reassess and treat as we see fit. Displacement is kind of wonky. We won't see anything like that earlier x-ray or the, how do you call it? Like motor vehicle accident that I was hinting at earlier. Displacement can definitely be fixed. Bones will heal over time, but we want to make sure they heal properly and get that mobility moving so other things don't have to compensate for as long as they need to. So, yay. Alright, when we come back, let's actually go ahead and talk about disc dysfunction classification. So, this is when we're getting into like the disc herniations and whatnot. These are really interesting. I don't know, she didn't want us to go super specific with the steps, but I'll just talk about them, just say, hey, I did it and I looked at it once. Eee. Huh? The number of animals keep climbing? How many animals are climbing? Huh? What? Huh? Huh? Anyway. Excuse me. Okay, that was a burp, I think. Let us go ahead and take our little 3-minute break because we're approaching the 3-hour mark. Yay! And to studying. And again, because we have about 3 more hours. I'm really aiming for 2.5, but oh, the number of animals keep increasing. Yeah. I get it. Thank you for the pat. But yeah, let's go ahead and take this 3-minute break. I will politely BRB. I'm gonna get more water. I checked through my persona thing. I'm gonna also pet baby peas. And the light at the end of the tunnel is here. I think we might take 2 more breaks. Really, I'm really hoping we somehow finish this in 2 hours. Not that I'm rushing or anything like that. I would never do that. But I might go eat like dinner beforehand. Now, has that been working out for me lately? No, because my tummy hurts when I apparently eat really fast right before an exam. I learned a new thing about myself these past 2 days. But I would like to eat at a more reasonable time and maybe look at the outside world. I'm not gonna lie to you, Cub. Sorry, I know ad manager screaming at me, but today was my first day of the week stepping outside my home, which sounds very sad. But no, actually, I think I took a walk on Monday. Never mind. It's maybe not as sad. But I went out and I'm like, damn, this is so bright. What the heck? The water gets so wet. But yeah, might want to give your brain time to cool off before the test. Rather, my brain is always in overdrive. My brain's been in overdrive for like the past month. But a little rest would be really nice. I can turn off my brain a little bit. I'm gonna go bury my face in the baby peas and call it a day soon. Yeah, let's go ahead and take this little BRB break, okay? I'll see you cubs in just a few moments, okay? See you soon. Bye. Bye bye bye. Bye 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 bye. Bye. Be right back. I'm glad I put this random link thing. Well, I'm back, first of all. Second of all, I'm never gonna figure out what spider manners put in chat. Third, the no links in chat, by the way, is simply relatively, like, it is and it isn't. It's something I think I put up like maybe 2 months ago, but no one's been, like, what do you call it, posting links, so I've been very grateful. Normally I'm like, oh, if you really need me to show me something, just post it on the Discord and I'll look at it later. But this is like the third or fourth, like, I could only hope not, but let's assume the worst, a bot posting a link. It's like first time chatter. Fortunately, Stream Elements, what do you call it, bans them so fast that I'm just like, oh, I mean, you can. You can. So it was like a really unique rule that I had saw on someone else's stream. Sorry, I'm stealing ideas. But sugar bears can post links in chat. Anyone who's subscribed can post links in chat. Cause I trust them. Trust them a little bit more than first time chatter. People who are not subscribed, I'm sorry, it's not anything against you. I just show me in the Discord. It's all the same. It's not like a paid privilege of like, oh, but Tippa, you'll never see this if I don't post it. Like, no, it's okay. That's why we have the Discord. It's fine. But I thought it was very cute. I had thought of someone's, again, panel thing. When I was trying to figure out what to write, like, you know, hear me out. I'm trying to, well, actually, I don't know. But look, listen, just know that I wanted to update my panels for a while, but I don't want to update it until I update a few other things, blah, 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 blah. And so I made, like, some updates to the panels, and I realized what's very popular in other people's panels is advertising of, like, this is why you should subscribe. And I'm like, oh, that's a little too on the nose, but you know what? I'll humor it. So I'm like, oh, okay. And I wrote it really cutesy. I'm really proud of my panels and, like, the information there, but, like, I'm just like, oh, has to wait. Oh my goodness. Anyway, Cubs, let's get back into this just for one moment, but I won't lie to you. I had a moment of realization. Wait, Cubs, after this, I'm not done. I have to, hey, stop! Stop! Cubs can see the reason behind that. Right? Cubs can see that, right? Anyway, I realized that my dissemination project, the thing that I posted on Twitter, there's a whole, like, document that I have to go over, you know? That I have to write and fill out, and it's a template, and I have to explain in narrative form of what I did for this project and how I got the word out there, and it's like 3 pages. I'm like, brother, I'm about to end this, professor. But it's my last assignment, basically, so yay. As soon as I get that done, then I'm officially done with the semester. Hopefully sometime next week, or no, hopefully sometime tomorrow, or even tonight I'll get it done. But honestly, there's bigger priorities, I guess, tonight. Cause I told you this, right? I told you this yesterday, and I got it done, and I'm so happy. Actually, I'm just really happy in general. Well, I don't know, maybe I should talk about it more tomorrow. But basically, you know how it's like, oh, I would really like this type of merchandise? Well, it's possible. There doesn't seem to be much of a price discrepancy with that. I might have to switch up one of the other merchants for something else, but we'll talk about that, whatever. But the biggest thing is that they're like, hey, did you want a sample? And I really never thought about that. I was like, oh, well, I don't know if I need a sample because I'm just trusting you. But then how they had told me and the price and the shipping, they could basically get it within the week. And I'm just like, oh, I might work on the graphics for that, so maybe I can give you Cubs a more accurate sample of the things to come, smiley emojis. So I'm debating. I'm like, but then I'm like, I'm actually really curious about how this would actually look, though. So look forward to it. Anyway. Thank you for the happy friend, by the way. Thank you. Let's get back into it. I'm just so excited for tomorrow. I'm just excited to get over with this, yeah, but it's okay. It's okay. Let's do our best, you know? No! No, why would you spoil it like that? This is just as bad as the shower curtain reveal. Anyway, so let's talk about disc herniation. So we talked about it briefly before, but let's talk about it more in detail. I'm just gonna read through this if you cubs don't mind, because my thoughts are not organized, but the notes are, kind of. So, this dysfunction classification. So we had some guy, very smart guy, McNabbs, classification. So he divides the dysfunctions into two categories: disc protrusions and disc herniations. And we talked about disc herniations, but not so much protrusions. Disc protrusions are basically baby disc herniations. The annular fibers are not disrupted, but the disc bulge can be localized or diffused, and we're going to see pictures of that in just a moment. And then we have disc herniations, which can be divided into prolapse, extruded, and sequestered. So we'll break it down like this. A prolapse disc is that the fibers are still intact. Extruded is that the annulus is completely disrupted and the nucleus has escaped through the defect, which we saw in that earlier image. And sequestered, you know, it sounds like a horse. Why am I getting horse vibes here? But a piece of the nucleus or free body is floating in the neural canal. This is how sometimes we can get like how do you call it, that mechanical block we were talking about with that free body. This is basically that free body that's floating. You have a piece of your nucleus just floating and being like, hey, LMAO, I'm gonna block your facet joint. Congratulations on your mechanical block. It's like, what? What? Anyway, so here's the picture. So again, we have our disc protrusions. Right here, again, this is very localized, while this is diffused. So nothing, these are all intact. The annular fibers or the surrounding bits are all intact. Now, disc herniations is when the annulus fibrosis is not intact. So here's your prolapse, where it's not out quite yet. The fibers are still intact. This is holding on to dear baby life. Extruded is that the thing is bursting out, the nucleus pulposa is bursting out, and sequestered, it means that it's bursting out and a little piece of free body is floating like nobody's business. So there's actually different steps according to the Paris treatment classification, and this is why I'm kind of like, I don't know how much in detail she wants us to go over. She said not really, so we're just gonna read through this just to again say that we did, just to cover our own butts though, okay? So we're gonna go over it. I won't read these to you, just know that there's 5 stages. Let's go through one by one. So our first stage is pre-prolapse. So pre-prolapse is very identical to ligamentous weakness syndrome. This could be due to poor postural habits, poor body mechanics, and basically this is kind of like, hey, it's pretty reversible right now. Please, whatever you're doing, you need to just stop doing it. So when we talk about repetitive body mechanics and whatnot, or repetitively stressing, what is the most common occurrence for a disc herniation to happen is when the fibers are at its weakest. So that's when they tell you when you're squatting and you rotate your back. So you're flexed over and you rotate. That's probably the worst position you could put your back in, basically. That is the weakest that your annulus fibrosis are, because of how the fibers and how they approximate and blah 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 blah. So when you do that kind of bending forward and twisting motion consistently, eventually that stress is going to lead to a disc herniation. So if we were to do our 13 steps, but not as detailed as earlier, basically if you're at pre-prolapse phase for disc herniation, you're gonna have a dull muscular ache. Might be something similar to the chemical muscle holding, and low back pain that may radiate to the buttocks just because of how the herniation might be or how the protrusion may be. The history is that they're like, yeah, I can't sit around for too long, they'll need to get up and move, and a history of self-cracking to make sure that their back is better. We also see, let's see, no frank neurological signs. So it does radiate, but there's no like pins and tingling. For active range of motion, we'll see 8 signs of instability, which I don't want to get into, but maybe I should. But basically, it's the idea that their pain increases more throughout the day, so at night they're just hurting. They judder. It's not a consistent movement when asking to touch their toes when they're forward bending. They have hypertrophy. They have muscle banding present that's visible in the back. Yeah, I'm such a pro. I don't remember the other 4. But I will. I'll look at it later. But yeah. PIVM for mobility. We'll see hypermobility because again, this is like a... I want to take the ligament thing actually. I don't actually know why it's hypermobile. I guess because it is the idea that this is unstable and it's so similar to ligamentous weakness. That's just like, oh, just associated with this. So some treatments, because you're still in baby stages, is that you could do stabilization. So you could decrease the load and increase the endurance of your back. Back school. You're so funny. Basically just educate about posture, ergonomics, and basically maybe having a better work routine. Maybe taking more frequent breaks, or hey, if you're moving like this, why don't you move some other way? And manipulation. We can address some of the myofascial impairments because again of this chemical muscle holding. But more in this particular case, I'm a little bit confused of why that is the treatment, because if it's chemical muscle holding, again, we had talked about doing heat and keeping it easy, but I'm just a student. But similar to the SI ligamentous weakness, if they experience a sharp pain in their back, tell them to approximate their fibers, which they'll be like, Tippa, what? Tell them to backwards bend so the injury does not get worse. The fibers that tore can get closer, and that the spilling out of the nucleus pulposa isn't as severe, basically. So this again was so before the prolapse. So let's talk about the immediate injury. Now at this point, there is a tearing of that outer corner of the outer annulus fibrosus. And what's gonna happen with this is that part of me really wants to just read off this. I'm like, ooh, but no, I won't. What's gonna happen is that this tear probably happened with forward bending with rotation, which again is the motion I was like, hey, let's not do that. Poor body mechanics, repetitive lifting, twisting, and bending. You really want to be careful about this because again, this is the most frequent way that people get these disc herniations or disc tears. And again, if you feel that sharp pain, backward bend, okay? They're going to complain of a sudden and deep and referred pain to the buttocks. Their history is that they'll have the same history as a pre-prolapse. They'll have unguarded movements, which is interesting. And patients will say that their back may have tore or ripped or gave out. Basically, you will know when you have a disc herniation, unfortunately. Structural inspection, very guarded movements. So basically, if they are forward bending, their whole trunk is going. We're not like bending at one of the vertebrae. No, we're all trunk or no trunk, basically. Active range of motion, they're very scared to do forward bending and rotation. Plus, we don't want to do that because it's going to squish out the nucleus pulposa and that's going to make the herniation worse. So let's not do that. Neurovascular assessment. Now, this is interesting. The neurological signs will be negative for the first 30 minutes. Once you have them in that prolonged sitting and standing position, then their back will, quote unquote, start acting up. And then maybe they're going to have those referred pins and needles sensation. Treatment for this, again, is to get them into lordosis or a bit of extension and basically just having them in a corset or doing stabilization exercises or any of the myofascial techniques that will be taught in the therapy session will be beneficial for this patient. Acute and subacute disc prolapse, basically. So acute typically is, oh my gosh, what is acute defined as? 2 weeks. Less than 2 weeks. Subacute is 2 to 4, and then 4 is chronic. This case, it's saying like the first few days, so I'm a little bit confused, but we're gonna have a very similar thing with the syndrome about repetitive lifting, bending, twisting, forward bending or rotation. The history is that they're gonna have fatigue. They might be leaning to the opposite side of the herniation, and that might determine where their herniation specifically is, which is the posterior lateral herniation. How? Oh, I don't remember actually how. Hold on. They're leaning away. Oh, I'll figure that out. Here, let me do my little famous. I do this in my notes pretty frequently, that if I don't understand something, and keep in mind, you could see the difference. This is actually a mix of my classmates' notes and mine's, but if I don't understand something, I'll put 3 asterisks and like highlight it to be like, hey gamer, get back here. Get back here because I don't know what this is. But anyway, you'll see classic neurological signs. And you probably see swelling. Okay, so this is gonna start repeating, unfortunately. Corset, no bending, twisting. Settled oh my god. Settled disc prolapse. No, actually. Let's look this up really quick. I don't know why I even put the asterisk. Settled is a very interesting condition. You know how we kept saying acute, subacute? Settled is something that we don't see very often. So I'm getting settling a case like in court. Let me see. Okay. Hold on. Okay. This actually might answer one of the Cubs questions from earlier. So, excuse me. A settled medical condition is going to refer to when the condition has stabilized or reached a point where it's not expected to pretty much change in the significant future. So it's like, wait, but how does that differ from settled versus chronic, you know? So settled basically means that it's most likely not going to change, while chronic is that, hey, it most likely will change, but it's going to be over a very long period of time, and it's going to still continue to require ongoing like management and treatment. So yay. But yeah, so that's that. So settled disc prolapse is probably not going to change. You're going to have basically, and it's looking like all the symptoms are just worse. They just look worse. Chronic discogenic pain? It just looks worse. We're skipping it. We are skipping this. These are all the same things. Spondylolisthesis. Bam. Oh my goodness. Thank you, 26 unit. Thank you. I appreciate it. No, I don't know what to say. I was like, oh, thank you. Normally we have these lovely, quiet, and comfy streams when I'm panicking about my exams. But this is gonna be my last one in a while. I promise I'm a gamer. Anyway. So, let's talk about spondylolisthesis. So, spondylolisthesis is the condition I was talking about with you Cubs earlier. This is about the spine slippage. So, this one's much lower. Like, this is all on the sacrum. It doesn't have to be on the sacrum. It could be anywhere in the spine. Typically lumbar. But we have different grades of the spine slipping. So we have grade 1, which I think they went by percentages, by the way. They're like 25, 50, 75, 100. It's kind of scaring me. I'm sorry. No, it's not that bad, I guess. No, it's pretty bad. I don't know. I believe the surgical intervention, if it gets severe, smiley emoji. That's gonna be okay, smiley emoji. So, there's different types of spondylolisthesis. These are just the grades. Oh, sorry, I'm not speaking plurals. Hold on. The above are just the grades of how much they stretch or how much they slip. But type 1, type 2, type 3 is going to distinguish like what type. Hi, Kenny. Hi. Welcome. Thank you for the head pat. No, it's pretty bad. You're so comforting. Sorry. Just know it's not like a very, I mean, okay. Anyway, so type 1. So it's a slippage. Again, that's going to occur because of the pars articularis that's going to break. So it's okay to have like a normal slippage. This is going to happen because a structure called the, let me get a better image. Hold on. Pars articularis. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. Motivation to take care of your back, basically. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. I think this is a really good example. So, well, that doesn't really distinguish where your pars articularis is. Okay, so here's your pars articularis, right? What happens is that, so there's spondylolisthesis and oh my gosh. Spondylolisthesis? No, spondylitis? Spondylitis. And spondylolisthesis, which is what we're talking about. Spondylitis, oh my gosh. However you say this first one. What happens is that the pars interarticularis, which is a bony structure on your spine, only one of them cracks, one of them breaks, one of them fractures, etc. And so you'll have a slight slippage. It's just a stress fracture right here. Spondylolisthesis, and so you have these bilaterally, you have these on both sides. It's only one that breaks basically. So you'll have a little bit of a slippage, but it's not anything. There's like no slippage involved. Sorry, let me rephrase that. There's no slippage. No slippage. I hope. I don't know. Let's think about it. But spondylolisthesis, this is where the slippage occurs because you no longer have anything holding you back. The pars articularis was the thing that's holding you back, and now it's no longer doing that. Hence the vertebral slippage, and hence why we have to start grading 1, 2, 3, 4. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, yay! Now that we got that covered, I think it's time to pick up a heavy box in 180 while doing so. Basically, if you keep doing that and you do it repetitively, gamer, I can assure you you'll get spondylolisthesis in no time. Anyway, so type 1 is going to be what we just described. It's a fracture of the pars articularis. Type 2 is more degenerative. It's a degenerative disorder and basically how the bone forms, so that's a little bit wacky. And 3, it's actually bone lengthening. I know that's not like a really common thing that we hear, but we'll describe why that happens in just a little bit. So type 1 is our common one. This is the one you're going to hear many people have because they like to lift heavy boxes and turn 180. So type 1 is a stress or fatigue fracture. So people who do like very heavy jobs, basically. Repetitive overload into extension is a very, very, very classic fatigue fracture, or a very classic way of getting a fatigue fracture. Just, I'm bending my back over as well. Extension. I'm extending the back. I'm extending the back. I'm extending the back. So the forward bending, actually, I apologize. The forward bending and rotation, I apologize. I was misspeaking. Forward bending rotation is more for disc herniation. Extension and rotation is more for spondylolisthesis. So what happens is that this normally happens with people who are weightlifters, gymnasts, or springboard divers, because imagine the amount of like, you know, I can't do it, but the amount of like backward bending and the extension you need to like, I don't know, springboard dive. So let's take this one by one. So repetitive overload and extension. Combo of torque with extension and rotation. It happens because it's this, oh my gosh, stress or fatigue fracture. So how does this happen? So typically the onset of how this happens is that it's gradual. It's not trauma, it's not a motor vehicle accident. It's just you're putting yourself in that repetitive motion so frequently that it's going to be a gradual change over time, hence the word or name fatigue fracture. So the pain, you're going to have a very dull ligamentous ache. And there might be some pain with rotation. It just kind of depends. It depends if you have what side fractured. The structure is going to be really interesting. So you know how we talked about the step earlier, and this is where I kept my images. I know, 2 hours later, it's like, haha, I was so smart. I kept this one image. I'm an artiste. Anyway, so when I had drew this image for anyone coming on in being like, Tippa, what am I looking at? And I'll be like, my art. So this is your spine. Hold on, this is your spine. What happens is when you feel the middle of your back, especially, or if you felt someone's back and they're like bony, like they're really thin and bony, and you're like, hey, let me feel your back really quick. You notice that there's all these bumps. Now these are your spinous processes, all a part of your what do you call it? All a part of your spine, correct? What happens is that if there's a step or the spondylolisthesis, we talked about the spondylolisthesis being a slippage. So it's the vertebra on top going forward. So when you're palpating and you're like, la la dee, la da do, what the heck? You'll palpate a step, so it's like a slight indentation. The interesting thing about this is that you can have a step that's stable and unstable. Unstable? Oh, I don't remember actually. I think stable is that, hey, you'll have the step, but when you lay in prone, which is when you lay on your tummy, the soft tissue and musculature and whatever is going to push on your spine up, so you actually no longer have the step. While unstable, I think, even if you're in prone, the step is still there, so wah, wah, wah. But yeah, thank you for coming to my tip talk. What the heck? Put it back? Brother, you don't want this spine. Will you get it back after this? Yeah, after my entire review, sure. Is this your spine on opioids? Yeah, you might need some pain medication after this one, Chief. But yeah, that's the idea. Ta-dang! So that step is going to be higher than the level of the slippage. So your slippage is actually right below that, and the step is above that, and that was what was drawn. Now, I don't want to skip the type 2 really quick, but just to give you a better idea so I don't have to pop up the MS Pan again, the step is at the same level of the slippage. Why? We'll explain that in a little bit, but just have that vague idea. Like, if it's at the same level of the slippage, it's type 2. Type 1, the step is above. You'll also notice some hypertonicity of the muscle, and I know I keep saying that. I really have not found a good picture of muscle banding. Let me see. Yeah, I've really never found a good picture of muscle banding. If you look up muscle banding, you get like band exercises for muscles. But that's what I refer to when I say that. But anyway, not the point. Oh wait! Affected level disappears in. Oh, I'm so dumb. I should have. I'm so dumb. I'm sorry, Cubs. This is why I'm a student, by the way. Did you know that? I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just reading off notes. Okay. Okay, sorry. I'm just rubbing my face. I'm sorry. Hold on. Oh. Okay. Stable. When we talk about stable versus unstable, we're talking about the steps that you feel because of that slippage from the spondylolisthesis. If it is unstable, it disappears when you're in prone laying on your tummy. If it's stable, it doesn't matter what position you're in. That's going to be there forever. Hence the term stable. Smiley emoji. Anyway, now that we got that settled and embedded into my head out of pure embarrassment. Active range of motion. As you can tell with the fracture, it may not feel really good to bend backwards, but you know, who am I to judge? I don't know. But active range of motion, when someone has the spondylolisthesis and they're extending backwards, they're not going to have a good time. It's going to be very limited with both extension and rotation. There's really no significant spinal canal narrowing or compression, so you're not going to get any of the neurovascular stuff. You're not going to get the pins and needles, you're not going to get the tingling, blah, 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 blah. It may be tender to the touch. You'll notice that they're very restricted for rotation and that there's stiffness and guarding. They're going to have reduced muscle testing when you're testing their MMTs just because their spine is not aligned in the way that they can. So basically the muscles will not function like the way that they should. So that's why it'll be a little bit reduced. And special tests, basically, we will do the prone instability test. That's the one, again, where they're laying on their tummies and we lift their legs and we're like, hey, does this create the pain in your low back? Anyway, some treatment, stabilization, number 1, manipulation above and below, because again, those can get hypomobile. If you have a loosey-goosey slipping spinal vertebra, the above and the bottom are gonna be like, your body's so smart, the body is so smart. But basically, if you have a loosey-goosey spine segment, the top and bottom vertebra are going to try to become more stiff to try to compensate for that hypermobile, but you don't want them to be stiff, but you also don't want them to be hypermobile. You just want them to be normal, okay? But that's why we would do a manipulation above and below to do that, and we'll stretch the psoas and hamstrings. The psoas is a really interesting hip muscle. I don't think it gets talked about a lot. I know Dingus had brought it up actually recently. But I don't feel like you come see it often. This is your psoas muscle. You have a psoas major, and then you have a psoas minor, which is a small muscle belly that's laying on top of it. But this muscle helps you with your hip flexion, so kind of the position you're in sitting. And if you do little seated marches, that's the muscle that's activating, baby. Ooh, can you feel it? Are you becoming really super hyper aware of your body now? Isn't that so exciting? Can you feel it? Anyway, but yeah, that's the muscle that activates. So maybe if we strengthen this, because look at the attachments, look how close it is. Spondylolisthesis again is relatively common in the lumbar spine, and you see the psoas muscle connecting to the lumbar spine, because right above here are your ribs. I know, that's crazy. Whoa, those are my ribs. And then you see the last two ribs, the 11th and 12th. These are still your ribs. I hope you know what ribs look like, but 11th and 12th are not connected because these are what they call floating ribs, and the others are going to be true ribs because, well, they're connected to the sternum in some way somehow. But 11 and 12 are definitely not. So, womp, 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 womp. You can feel your ribs and spine. Good. And your hamstring muscles, these are the muscles in the back of your thigh. So the front of your thigh is your quadriceps. And the back of your thighs are your hamstrings. So helping stretching that, and that can help provide both a stabilization component as well as a component to make sure that you don't become hypomobile. So now let's rinse and repeat. That was type 1 spondylolisthesis. Now let's talk about type 2. So again, spondylolisthesis is still the same. Still the same. You're gonna have that slippage of the spine. But you know, honestly, that's just words that you don't want to throw. I forget how the best way to word this out, because obviously this condition sounds scary to be like, yeah, your spine could just slip out. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry you had to hear from some bearcat VTuber. There's a better way to say it in the clinic. But this is the way I'll tell you, cubs, okay? Anyway. So type 2 spondylolisthesis is actually a degenerative disorder. So this is really, 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 really interesting. So this happens because birth. It just happens because you're born that way. And the human body is amazing, but the human body can also heck up. So the bones are actually tilted in such a weird way that the joints make this J-shaped hook. And because of this hook, it actually degenerates the facet joints, which we were talking about earlier, which were super important to help you with certain movements. So if you don't have that facet joint to help you with those certain movements, you're going to be moving in some wacky ways. And eventually those wacky ways will become normal because it'll just degenerate. And as it degenerates and wears away, then your body, your spine could just slip all loosey-goosey no matter what. And that's why you have to step at the same level. And basically you'll know that you have this is that when your spine is still slipping, but you don't see a fracture, the pars interarticularis that we were just talking about earlier for type 1. Type 1 again is stress fracture. Type 2 again is congenital. It's from birth. It's because you were born not the way anyone had intended. It's a very minor thing, I guess, but a very minor thing for a big condition. But yeah, you'll still see the spine slipping, but there's no fracture in the x-ray. Now, the treatment is all the same, by the way. The treatment is all the same. Stabilization, manipulation, stretch. Okay, now type 3 is interesting. So we're still going to have that slippage right here. But type 3 is due to the slippage of the vertebra on top of another because this pars articularis is actually lengthening. And again, we don't stretch bones. Bones don't stretch. But your body can adjust to whatever it needs to, correct? So why is it adjusting? What's happening? What's happening is that in type 3, there's actually a history of childhood obesity. So your body is growing so fast and your body will adjust to whoever you are and blah, 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 correct? So will your bone structure, basically. You grew just a little too fast for your body to handle, and to adjust for that is why the pars articularis is lengthened. So there's really nothing about it. As you might have saw, even it was blank. But the way you could tell that this is a thing is because you just see the elongated pars. And the treatment is the same. You stabilize, you manipulate, you stretch. but there's also weight control basically. So womp 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 womp. Alright, cubs. So now let's get into something that this is this is so something. This is probably the toughest thing that I had the displeasure of learning for some reason. It's very simple, or I personally thought it was very simple, and then I went over it and I'm like, damn, this sucks. I'm not a fan of this anymore. So we're gonna talk about stenosis. Stenosis is very interesting. Stenosis is basically a narrowing of a canal, and our canal is like a hole or a tunnel where things travel in. So we are going to talk about central and lateral. Foraminal, I guess we'll talk about to some extent. I mean, but it's basically like lateral, in my opinion. But you know, I'm just a student, so I don't know. So what happens is that this is where we're going to see a lot of the neurovascular symptoms come to life. If you're pressing on your spinal cord, or if you're pressing on a nerve, you are gonna get neurovascular symptoms. You're gonna get the pins and needles. You're gonna get the tingling. You're gonna get the ants crawling. You're gonna get the sharp pains. You're gonna get everything nerve related. Now, the difference between central and lateral is literally just position. So central is dealing with the spinal cord. Lateral is dealing with the side. Now, this is where it gets really wonky. The spine is so big. Our backs are humongous compared to all our other body parts. I mean, we can have the longest legs too, I guess. I don't know. I say our spine is pretty big though. Okay? So how we actually distinguish this, because you will present with different symptoms, is that we can have central, so spinal cord related, spinal stenosis in either the cervical, so your neck, or the lumbar, which is your low back. So let's break it down, and then we'll talk about lateral stenosis, and we'll get through this, cubs. We're gonna get through it. It's 4 o'clock. We're on page 37 out of 75. We're gonna do it. But yeah, lumbar central stenosis. So we're here. What's happening is that this is a narrowing of the central canal, or a structure placing pressure on the quadrate equina. Okay, hold on. Let me get a picture of the quadrate equina. They're kind of like, why do I have a horse in me? And I'm like, brother, I hope you don't have a horse in you. So, this is your back, unfortunately. Thank you for letting me borrow, and thank you for the hat pad. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your spinal cord actually ends at the level of L1, L2. And you're like, Tippa, what's happening? Okay, so approximately, let me give you a vague idea of where your spinal cord actually ends. Put your hands on your hips. When you put your hands on your hips, you're approximately at L4. And then if you just somehow get your hand and you slip them around and you feel your spinous process, you feel that bump and you go like, I don't know, 3 bumps up, that's approximately where your spinal cord ends. So congratulations for becoming conscious about that too. But as you can tell, if the spinal cord ends at L1, L2 and we have 5 vertebrae on the lumbar, huh? What? I don't get it. So how does it affect the spinal cord? So at the end of the spinal cord, you have this thing called quadrate equina. And this is really interesting because most of the symptoms, or not most of the symptoms, here's the tail. Quadrate equina refers to horse tail. And this pretty much goes all the way down the middle and then eventually spreads out. But most of it's down. Now where my spine? Wow, wow, wow. But the spinal cord thing being so high up is really scary, right? It makes you think about all these like spinal cord injuries. Actually, let's not think about that. Anyway, so lumbar is more likely going to refer to the quadrate equina, and we'll talk about other things. I mean, maybe we'll talk about it now. We could talk about it later. But the reason why we have the stenosis for the lumbar in relation to the quadrate equina being pushed is maybe it's degenerative, it's wear and tear, it's poor posture, or maybe you have increased lumbar lordosis. Again, that booty popping up posture that you just kept up with. Yeah, that's gonna come bite you. Keep your spine neutral. But you can have an abdominal protrusion, you can have a tight iliopsoas, which is the psoas muscle I was telling you about, plus the other muscle which I never identified for you cubs, but just believe me, okay? And tight lumbar spine myofascia. So what we were talking about earlier, you know? For the history, they might have a burning paresthesia, so not only are they having pins and needles, they're having a burning sensation with it. And what happens is that they feel really tired when they walk. After they walk a block or two, they feel leg pain. They can feel that burning paresthesia. And this is in relation to neurogenic claudication, which we're going to talk about in great detail in a little bit, you know? You don't know, but you will know soon. We did talk about this in the past, but I'm not going to be like, Cubs, quiz, what's neurogenic claudication? Huh? And bring your knees in tight? Oh. Huh? Are we learning the fetal position? But yeah, as you saw, it's degenerative, so this is going to be very chronic. A pain assessment is that it's going to be a chronic and dull low back pain, and pretty much really having any leg pain while walking a distance. A block is not far, but some people are unable to make it because of this burning sensation. Structure we just talked about. Active range of motion, so this is going to be interesting, but there's going to be increased symptoms with forward bending. When you forward bend, you're doing that compression more onto that area, and because the spinal space is going to decrease, so if it's decreasing, it's getting smaller, of course the symptoms are going to be how do you call it, more present. Neurovascular, again with the nerves, we talked about this because you're literally pressing your quad equina, which is the tail end of your spinal cord. Yes, you're gonna have this numbness, tingling, compression, and you're gonna have vascular-like symptoms with the leg cramping because of that claudication we're gonna talk about in a little bit. Muscle testing is gonna be weak. Your muscles are gonna be weak. You're not getting the innervation, you're getting nerve irritation. Those nerves are not working the way that they're going to be. You are going to have a weak MMT. You're not going to be moving or having the strength as you should. Special tests, we'll talk about the bike test, a single leg race test, and lumbar. Oh my gosh, where was I? Lumbar distraction relief. So if I'm pulling on your lumbar area, you saw how we did the cervical traction earlier where it looked like a medieval device pulling on the head. Basically, we have the equivalent of the low back pain. So, ta-dang! It's a time warp? Oh, it's a song called Time Warp. You need to check it out? Okay. Francis, I feel so, fail? I hearing all this? This moment I understood the weakness of my flesh, it disgusts me. I crave the strength and certainty of steel. Oh, brother. I wish you the best of luck. We need nerves of steel. Ooh. Hold on. Hold on, classmates here. Oh, hold on. Let me reply to this really quick. My poor classmates are like, I'm burnt out, and I'm like, I'm so sorry. One of my classmates literally just got off work maybe like 20 minutes ago, and they're like, I'm gonna finally review. There was no Kahoot. Just hopes and dreams this final round. Good luck, everyone. Not every cub, because if I wrote that, I would die. Good luck, everyone. You got this. Stay strong, and don't forget. And wait, and please don't forget the cat project, which I also equally hate. Okay, now that I put my 5 cents. Hi, Tazzle. Hi. Welcome, gamer. Gamer, it's my last final. I'm stressed. But my classmate does have a point. My classmate who's like, I don't feel productive. She's like, I really hope studying for the the oral exam and the practical that we had about 2 weeks ago pays off. And I'm like, I'm sure I will. I'm sure. It's gonna be okay. Huh? Praise the Omnisaya? Oh. And don't forget, on said day, do Gao Gao Nian Nya. Alright, I can go ahead and do that. Why don't we do this? We'll do Gao Gao Nian Nya. We'll take our little baby break because we're approaching the 4-hour mark, so ad manager is screaming at me, and then we have like 10 minutes, kind of like, yeah, whatever, we'll take it early. That's fine. Daijoubu. But as I was reading the Gao Gao Nian Nya, so if you're not familiar with Gao Gao Nian Nya, wow. So Gao Gao is like a bear roar, and Nian Nya is like a cat meow. So together it's roar roar meow meow, but in a much cuter way. It's Gao Gao and Nian Nya. So on the count of 3, let's go Gao Gao Nian Nya together. Which, by the way, if you're not familiar at all with it, it's the sound of a bearcat. Gao Gao, bear roar, and Nian Nya be like a cat meow. I think I just explained that, but my brain is fried. So on the count of 3, let's do it together, okay? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Gao Gao and yeah. And that's your Gao Gao Nian Nya for you. Thank you so much for redeeming it. Gao Gao Nian Nya, Gao Gao Nian Nya. Thank you. Thank you for the Gao Gao Nian Nya. I cry. Mr. Gui, thank you also so much for stopping by. I cry as well. Thank you so much. Please rest up, gamer. Take your little nap, and hopefully everything will be well when you wake up. All nice and refreshed. Definitely not groggy. I don't know. Sometimes naps are really like, I made it or I didn't. Huh? Hold on. Oh. Okay, so hey Cubs, I just want to update you on something. Really quick. It's not like vital, not important, not like, oh, let me turn on my ear. You know how nervous I was about my project, about trying to get the word out and making sure everything was okay? One of my classmates literally was like, hey, I never posted my thing. And I'm like, you what? You didn't post it? Because the whole thing about it was that it has to not gain traction or whatever. But that's what? My classmate's like, oh, you could Photoshop it. It's just one of those things where I'm just getting so nervous. I'm like, oh, okay. Anyway, I wish that gamer, my classmate who I cherish, a good time. It's not a big deal. The social media thing apparently was only 5% of our grade. But it's 5% of our grade, so... Anyway, I'll see you guys in just a little bit. Let the 3-minute ad play so we can continue, and we'll come back to cervical central spinal stenosis. Yay! Yay! Alright, in just a little bit. I'll also politely BRB during this, how do you call it, 3-minute ad. Oh no, listen, Cubs, I'm sure mine is the most engaged. But will I flaunt that? Cubs, I already doxed myself saying I don't say I'm a VTuber in my cohort or anything like that, but they definitely see my Discord status. They definitely could see that. Your girl have played Nitro so I don't look like an outright weeb in my like school Discord, but they can see my status. I was shy about it, like I think when I began this program, because I was like, oh no, they're gonna see I stream. And so I used to appear offline while I was streaming. But then I realized sometimes I don't even know my friends are streaming if they're offline. Like, sometimes I don't realize my friends are streaming until I see their status that they're streaming. And I'm like, oh, I'm sure many people feel the same way. Like, oh, I didn't realize so-and-so was streaming. I'm gonna go ahead and sit and lurk. You know what I mean? I gave up on that. I gave up hiding. Why am I gonna hide? No one's approached me about it. Until someone's like, hey, Tippa, I've been secretly listening to your study streams. They really help me while I'm at work. I'm a big fan. Then I could just die. I could just die, Fridge. I don't know, just one thing to be like, hey, this to my face. Like, don't get me wrong, there's an appreciation for anyone else, but if I think it's my classmate, I think I'll just die. Everyone is like so well adjusted, and I'm just here like, hey guys, I'm a weeb, and I don't know how I ended up in this career. I'm here anyway. You guys played sports in high school and did it in college? I was in band, and I don't think I've played sports in my life. Oh, you have a baby? Me too. Baby peas. Oh, you're well adjusted and this is your second career path? Oh, that's so fun. I'm happy for you. It's okay, they already figured out you're a weeb. They did, so it doesn't matter. I'm already so quirky. Teehee, haha, ho ho. What's more? What's more for being an anime character? As long as I have not been indirectly bullied or shamed by my classmates, I'm okay. First of all, how are you gonna bully? I need to get out before I get heated. I'm like, how are you gonna? What? Anyway, but yeah. So I did think better than the other classmates who posted on social media, but it's okay. It's alright. Now, will my professor accept me as a VTuber who posts about stuff on my Twitter? The world may never know. You should have been like, your account should have been professional with your full name and blah 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 blah. But she literally wrote in the assignment, she's like, if you don't have a social media following, don't use social media. Like, what? What does that mean? What is the minimum requirement of having a social media following for this project? Where am I? What? Looks at my personal account. Oh, anyway. There's two types of people. Those who are weird and those who claim they aren't weird. Brother, I feel like we've passed this point. If you're weird, listen. If your hobbies do not harm yourself or harm others, enjoy what you enjoy. That's literally how I would approach people. Maybe this is different. Maybe I have such a high school mentality about like, oh no, what if they, but then I realize, wait, I don't care. And wait, I'm in grad school. Wait, the people are different here. Or so I hope. Wow, wow, wow. Anyway. Is that a 3-minute break? I'll politely BRB! Because we only have 2 more hours. So, and we have, how much we have? 38 pages. We're halfway there. But again, I think it's gonna go by quick after this. So, let's try our best, okay? Okay, goodbye. See you in a little bit. I'll politely BRB and I'll set up a little raffle. Bye, I'll be back.
私はここにいるから曖昧な未来であって何も怖くないよ差し出された手に触れて絡まった糸が優しくほどけた不条理な傷で舐めてあげるから星の夜にねあの森で待ってるからあの場所で待ってるからあの場所で待ってるから空っぽの世界の中全てこぼれちゃっても鮮やかにもがきながら時間を歪ませながらも見つけて花びらがゆっくりと二人を包むよ星の夜
Wow, I'm back. Oh. that wasn't because I'm back. I was just the studying. But we'll cram it through. We're gonna get so done with it, and life is gonna be good. And I get to maybe finish Metal Gear. I never get the confirmation about that. I don't think any couple wants to spoil me, but I'm also like, you think I'm almost done? I just broke out of jail naked and afraid. Am I at the end? But that'll be very exciting. I'm looking super duper forward to it, you know? So nervous. Anyway, instead of feeding into my fears, I should just be excited that the time is almost upon us. Again, this week went by so fast. I'm so happy. But just two, I guess, because of stupid social media thing. But just 2 more challenges and I'm free. But this first one, gotta get out of the way. So let's continue back. We're going to be talking about central spinal stenosis, but now we're going to be talking about cervical. So now think about it. We talked about our spine, and we talked about, well, if we're referring to a lumbar, we would be more referring to the quad equina, correct? So cervical, it's going to be the spinal cord above, and again, the spinal cord starts pretty high up. So we would be directly compressing the spinal cord in this one. We didn't really get to talk about this too much, but hopefully maybe towards the end in regards to upper and lower motor neuron symptoms and what we might see in that particular patient just because of what's affected. Wait, how long's the exam? The exam starts at 7 p.m. EST. Right now it's 4:34, and so I really want to give it's 2.5 hours, right? Yeah, 2.5 basically. So there's still time. I feel okay with the exam. I mean, I'm nervous because I feel like it's like, sorry, this is not a tangent, but this is me being honest. I was nervous about all the exams, but this is the one I'm most nervous about from a skill perspective. I was nervous about the first one because how do you call it? I was nervous about the first one because there was a lot of material. Again, the 129 pages of notes, just reading through and making sure I understood everything. And I understood everything to an 80% B. And then yesterday's exam was very nerve-wracking because it was a pass or fail kind of situation. Which, by the way, she is such a picky professor. I would not be surprised if she knocked down points, but she's like, oh, make sure to do an environmental scan even though I won't remind you at the end as well. And if you don't do it at the end, remember, this is pass or fail, so if you fail, that's not on me. And I'm like, what? Huh? What? What's happening here? Anyway, Yeah, I don't think the final exam grades are in. We'll just wait on that, I guess. But yeah, I don't have to travel there. It's all online. But yeah, that's why I'm most nervous about this exam. It's just me making sure I have the skills to do it, because this is the more technically advanced course, I suppose you can say. Maui Mochi, which makes sense, as you know, the spine is very important, and it doesn't really matter what condition a person has. They're still gonna have a spine throughout all that. Anyway, so cervical central stenosis. What happens with this is that this is going to cause myelopathy. And myelopathy is basically just a compression of the spinal cord. The reason why it's not myelopathy for the lumbar is because we're no longer on the spinal cord, we're on the quadra equina. So this kind of stenosis can occur due to degeneration, a thickened PLL, which is a posterior longitudinal ligament, buckling ligament flavum, which is another wacky ligament, and bosses and bars, so basically osteophytes or bone formations, which encroach on the ligament and start pressing down and start affecting the spinal cord. So this can actually happen for multiple reasons. It could be chronic, it could be degenerative, as we mentioned. It can be acute because of trauma, maybe something like the ligaments got affected in the trauma, maybe the osteophytes have how like an after trauma healed and these bone spurs started happening. It's all really wacky. And apparently it can also be congenital, meaning that it can actually happen at birth. So, structurally, you might notice someone with a forward head posture, and this is what I meant to talk about. So when we're talking about neurovascular, yes, because we are affecting the spinal cord, you're going to have the pins and needles. Upper and lower motor neuron symptoms. So what's or lesions, and then the symptoms related to that. So for upper motor neuron lesions, we're affecting the spinal cord. The spinal cord again ends at L1, L2. So when we talk about cervical spinal central spinal stenosis, we're affecting the spinal cord directly, and that means we're affecting the upper motor neuron, and that's going to cause some sort of lesion, which can lead to upper motor neuron symptoms such as any like hyper blink. So they will have maybe something like hyperreactivity. So when we do those special tests that we talked about a while back, like the clonus, the one where it's like, oh my god, what did I do with this person's foot? I dorsiflexed their foot. Their toes went to their head, basically. And basically it triggered a clonus, which meant like a continuous motion that was involuntary. So they were kind of like toe up, toe down, toe up, toe down in a more fluid motion. That was clonus. We did the Babinski's test. There's various special tests that we talked about in the past, but those are all going to be positive if they have an upper motor neuron lesion, or in this case, the central cervical spine stenosis. It will be the opposite case in the lumbar central stenosis, because it's not affecting the spinal cord, it's affecting the quadra equina, and so it's going to experience lower motor neuron lesion symptoms, and that's going to be hyporeactivity. They're just not going to be moving the way that they should. And basically the opposite of upper. For palpation for mobility, you'll notice that there might be a compensatory hypermobility in the mid-cervical spine. So basically C3 to C7. So basically when you go off the base of your skull and you feel this first bump, that first bump is going to be your second cervical vertebra, or your C2. So anything below that and anything above the prominent bone sticking out of your neck, that's where this hypermobility is going to occur with any motion. Side bending, rotation, flexion, extension is going to show that. And or you may have a thoracic stiffness. And thoracic again is like the rib cage, and that area might lead to osteophytes. You may also have instability at these specific areas. Why? Don't ask me, I'm sorry, I'm just a student. Anyway, so for treatment for central stenosis of the lumbar spine, you might want to do some stretching, some myofascial manipulation. We do want to do some motion to help promote movement and to avoid the stiffness, and to slow down the degeneration. And we could do activities that are very light and not as compressing on the spine. So I'm sure you cubs have heard of aqua therapy before, where you literally do just have your patient in a pool and the effects of gravity just doesn't, affect them the same way as if they were not in the pool. So they would be like, oh ha, look at me, I can lift these weights. I couldn't do that out in the open, but in the water I'm so good. You can also do an unweighted treadmill, which I forget the name of it, but they use a fancy treadmill that they fill with air, you wear with Pacific pants, and then you just start running. All that's going to help decompress the spine and again open up that canal area for that central stenosis, so you won't experience those symptoms as much. Exercising in a flex position such as a recumbent bike, so like the bikes that you see at the gym basically, or like the exercise bikes that you could get at home, or treadmill walking on an incline can be beneficial. Lifestyle changes such as smoking cessation, weight loss, and paying attention to posture can also help improve symptoms. You can do surgery for this, for the lumbar central stenosis. You might be familiar with a laminectomy, which is just taking out a portion of the bone of that vertebra to open up that canal, or a fusion, which can increase the disc space as well. Now, I'm not, to be honest and 100% transparent, I am not sure how a fusion would increase the space like that, but who am I? A surgeon? No. Anyway, let me scroll through. For cervical spinal stenosis, what's going to happen is that what's going to be more beneficial is that we would like to improve the patient's posture. So again, they may present with a forward head posture. We want to get them back into neutral. Being like, hey, I don't like what I'm seeing. Let's see if we can get you back to where you need to be. There's exercises that I love showing people called wall angels. But I don't know if this is the time to show you. But basically, if you're experiencing, or if you feel like you're experiencing forward head posture around the shoulders, do wall angels. Literally Google that. Wall angel exercises. And I'm sure it would help you out in some regard. It's actually a little bit tougher than you expect. You have to like tuck your chin into the wall, and then you have to like lift your hands overhead against the wall and just do like little snow angels. It's actually pretty fun. But anyway, posture and stabilizing the muscles. These are just muscles of the neck, longus coeli and longus capitis. They should avoid activities with backward bending of the cervical spine. Manipulation of the upper thoracic if needed, because we saw earlier that it can get stiff. You can also do surgery for this. And that's all I got. Sorry, now I'm speed running. Now we're on 43 out of 76. So now let's move on to lateral spinal stenosis. So we're talking about the spinal cord specifically. Now we're kind of more talking about the nerves coming out of that spinal nerve. Or sorry, spinal cord. And then where it's affected. So now we're distinguishing between lumbar and cervical. So these symptoms, I'm so sorry, the font to these were not the same, but we'll just continue. Let's go lumbar first, and then we'll do cervical second, okay? So now this is just a pressing on the lateral foramen of the nerves. So this could be due to degenerative changes such as disc loss, maybe a lateral bulge or like a disc herniation, or degenerative changes to the ligaments that affect the facet, and basically that degeneration compression are affecting the nerve. And patients are going to be experiencing just symptoms laterally. Again, because this is a degenerative disease, this is going to be happening over time. It's a chronic thing that's going to happen as we age, basically. Pain assessment, basically pain radiating down the lower extremities in lumbar region. They will have true neurological signs. They'll have decreased skin sensation, diminished reflexes, and neural tension, and paresthesia. So basically, because of that nerve compression coming out, which is giving sensation, we're going back to dermatomes, myotomes, because that specific nerve root and nerve that's innervating those muscles are compressed or compromised in some way. That is why we're going to be experiencing those symptoms, and that's also why we're not going to have our true strength when we're doing manual muscle tests. They're not going to be as strong as they are because they don't have the nerve innervation power to go to those muscles. They will have guarded motions, muscle tests weak, and basically a straight leg test. A straight leg raise test is basically just a test to raise your legs. Sounds very simple, but it's basically, hey, does this replicate the symptoms you're feeling down your leg? When you have these kind of symptoms, for the lumbar lateral stenosis, this is very similar to what we were talking about with sciatica, basically. Because that's like a compression of the peripheral nerve, and that goes down the leg, and blah 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 blah. Almost same thing, but I wouldn't say sciatica and this are the same, because this is again referring more to a structural thing of the foramen narrowing, hence the word stenosis. But yeah, straight leg test is gonna be positive, and then a lumbar distraction is gonna decrease the symptoms. So hey, if something's getting closed and it's irritating the nerve, why don't we try opening it up? So if we pull apart in a very gentle, therapeutic way, and we provide a lumbar distraction through the machine that we talked about earlier, that should help alleviate some of their symptoms. So yay. Hi! Oh my goodness, watch. Hi, welcome. Bearcat hugs you. Welcome. Don't mind me, I'm just doing my last study stream for the next 2, maybe 3 weeks. Welcome down, welcome. Alright, but for cervical lateral spinal stenosis, so what's gonna happen here is that this is gonna be affecting the upper extremities, as one could imagine. This is also gonna happen because of the degenerative change. Maybe there's a bony spur, so an osteophyte that happens. Maybe thickening of the ligamentum flavum, and arthrosis of the facet. So arthrosis, again, being that other name for arthritis, it's that wear and tear of the facet joint that might push down on that nerve, compressing it. Similar to lumbar, it's going to be a chronic degenerative disorder. The pain is going to be in the neck, arms, just basically upper extremities. They're unable to rotate 60 degrees, something like that. That's something I have to look up. There's a clinical practice guideline that I have to dig up, being like, oh, what is this? Ooh, so I'm like trying to remember on the spot. I'm like, no, there's no time for that. There's no time! Because this one's a little bit more ligament based, this is also going to show some hypermobility and instability. And what's going to be a positive sign that they may potentially have cervical lateral spinal stenosis is that they feel relief with distraction. So if we do cervical traction, they're like, oh wow, that really alleviates my symptoms. Bam, we're done. So how can we treat these things? Like, sorry, these are so wacky. How do we fix it, basically? So what's gonna happen is that in the lumbar lateral stenosis, we could do manual therapy, we could do like soft tissue massage, or like the massage, like just like soft tissue manipulation or massage. We could do myofascial stretching of certain muscles of the back. We could do a nerve flossing. Sound kind of familiar? Maybe you hosted it on social media? And then exercises in flexion will also help open the foramen. I think the biggest thing that if you guys had to take away from this, other than like, ow, nerve hurt, tingle, stenosis is a relatively common condition a lot of older folks get because, again, the nature of it is degenerative. What you will hear a lot of people, and what you would actually see a lot of people do in public, is that they'll lean on their grocery cart. And don't get me wrong, when I lean on the grocery cart, that's for me to look cool. Like, I'm looking at these aisles at eye level now. Like, you know what I mean? But a lot of people who have stenosis, they feel better when their trunk is in a forward position because it opens up the canal, it opens up the foramen. There's not as much pushing on the nerve, and they feel stable enough to lean on the cart to make themselves feel better. So you might see someone shopping and they're stuck in this like hunched over position for way longer than they need to be. So if you take away anything, take away that. Ta-dang! Cervical lateral stenosis, again, look, this is the mechanical distraction. This is gonna make them feel better. Yay. I do want to double check something really quick. So give me one moment as I keep scrolling. But wait, then hold on. Sorry, this is like I'm like having an internal battle with myself. Just... Do I not have it? Okay, whatever. I'm like, is there no special test for cervical? Hold on, let me look it up. My eyes. Hold on. Are there special tests to determine what was it? Cervical, central, spinal stenosis. Oh, yeah. Oh, but I feel like that's so... okay, whatever. Sure. So, there's a test that I'm not a fan of. I just think it's uncomfortable, but who am I? So, there's a test called Sperling's test. But, let me see. Ugh, so silly. So basically, the Sperling's test is that you place the patient in a slight diagonal angle, extend their head back, and then what you do is that you apply a downward force onto their head. And then you ask, hey, does that provoke any symptoms? Brother! Now, the symptoms again have to be neurological. It has to be like radiating, it has to be whatever. But that position just looking at it, it's not comfortable. But it's okay. It is what it is. Just admire the guy's beautiful lashes and poof. Alright, so now that we're done with all the stenosises, that's actually, I don't know, for whatever reason, one of the harder things that I had the displeasure of learning. So now let's move over to whiplash. Whiplash should be relatively quick, but there is actually new information that I personally have not gone over, so yay. So whiplash again is that sudden jerking of the forward and backward bending. The textbook defines it as injuries involving contractile and multiple non-contractile structures in the subcranial. And so this can be not just muscle, but it can be ligaments, facet joints, dorsal root ganglion, intervertebral disc, bone, etc. So if someone has a whiplash, someone, like again, the most common disorder for whiplash is maybe like a motor vehicle accident. Someone got, again, hit in the rear and then, you know, the person in front, their head jerked. They may have the following issues, or this may appear in their history. Swallowing issues, visual and hearing issues, general fatigue, proprioceptive disturbances. So basically, if they close their eyes, they don't know where their body is in space. Sensory motor disturbances. So pretty much what happens is that they're having issues again with proprioception, where they are in space. Eye movement control, like, you know, we can move our eyes pretty up, down, side. They're gonna have difficulty with that. And balance and postural stability is also something that can be affected. Sensory motor disturbances specifically, in addition to those three aspects that I talked about, really they're gonna have difficulty with motor planning and sequencing of movement. If they start walking on a soft surface, maybe their body won't comprehend immediately, and then they'll have a higher opportunity of falling. They're just gonna have overall decreased control of their head and eye movement. There's actually a really fun, wacky exercise we can do in therapy with people with whiplash disorders. So bring up the MS Paint really quick just to reiterate that idea. So if someone has whiplash, sorry, not laughing at the idea that someone has whiplash, but just of what I'm going to draw. This is the back of their head. The Pac-Man drawing, I guess. Pac-Man. Alright, they can have a laser, right, on their head. As I tip up, that's what's happening here. Don't worry, it's all part. Trust the process right here. So they're gonna have a laser head cap thing, right? And they're gonna be looking at a wall, and the wall might be like a pre-printed maze or something. So it's like, ooh, make sure you keep the laser in this path that you made. And as you see, as I made the path, I actually set myself up for failure because I'm not in the path. But these type of exercises apparently are to help with that head-eye coordination. So your eyes are following the path, so should your head, and then you just keep doing that and practice. Perfect. Yay. Cross Gamer, welcome. Stopping by to wish you a good exam today. Thank you. I need it. You put it all. You put in the hard work to learn the material, so you'll do great. That's what I'm hoping. But you know, sometimes life has a way. But thank you, gamer. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me go ahead and give you a shout out. I hope you've been doing super well. Welcome, welcome. My goodness. But yeah, hoping for the best, you know. Tee ha ha ho ho. But I appreciate the kind words. Thank you. We're almost done. Both with this review and the exams and the finals and ooh. Wait, I can sleep in tomorrow. I'm so excited. Wait, I can't sleep in because I probably want to go bike. No, there's no winning. But at least I can sleep in for the days I don't work. So, yay. Oh my goodness. Busy at work? Absolutely no worries, gamer. I hope work has been treating you well then. Welcome! But yeah, whiplash! That's what we're talking about today. You just saw me draw like a little doodle of like some exercise intervention. Your girl could have Googled it. Your girl said, hey, LMAO, I'm just gonna draw it out. But yeah, type of onset. It's acute, so again, typically happens with motor vehicle accident or some kind of sudden trauma. The pain, as you can imagine, is really just in the subcranial area. When we talk about subcranial, we're specifically saying the first and second cervical vertebra. So basically all this. These muscles get really affected, and this is where most of the pain is. You notice structurally that there's guarding, there's atrophy, and there might be fatty replacements on muscles such as the multifidus, which is the muscle I kept saying we're going to talk about more, but here it is in the flesh. Oh, it's a showing gore on screen. No, I'm just kidding. No, I'm not. But here's the image. Suboccipital muscles. We actually have a good chunk of muscle supporting our head. Thank goodness. Our head is kind of chunky. Semispinalis cervicus is over here as well. Or capitis, I guess. Wait, actually, no, I lied. Never mind, I'll continue to be a liar. Anyway. So active range of motion, it's going to be very limited and painful with forward neck flexion and extension movements. Basically, the motion that caused them the issue, it hurts now. Wow, amazing. Neurovascular wise, I personally, I had to even asked my professor, I'm like, I don't really associate pins and needles sensation with whiplash, but apparently it can be a common thing because of the compression of the nerve and blood vessels. So that's really interesting. They're gonna have hypertonicity. There's gonna be muscle guarding when you try to palpate because they're trying to protect that area, your body. Even if you're unaware that you're hurt, your body will know that it's hurt. So that's why we always have this kind of type of guarding. You won't have the strongest manual muscle test because of all the guarding and the pain and the weakness and the potential compression. What's going to be positive though is a Sperling's test, which is to assess cervical neck root compression. This is the test I was just showing you cubs earlier where I'm like, wow, that looks really uncomfortable. Oh my gosh, my classmates keep scaring me. Which look really uncomfortable, but basically it's the idea if you press down on that person's head, does it replicate the symptoms? Okay, you might have whiplash. Might have the symptoms related to whiplash. Distraction. This is a way to do a distraction on an individual. I would not be sitting, but whatever. Whatever floats your boat. And then you just pull, and that should help relieve the pain. So that can also be a positive, like, hey, maybe you have whiplash. And shoulder abduction test, also known as Bakudi? Huh? Either way, this test is really interesting because it's just a shoulder abduction test. And it's like, hey, does that relieve symptoms? Great. So, this is where it gets really wonky. So please forgive me as I try to find it. Wait! Where are the Canada rules? Where is the Hold on. There we go. Or maybe this isn't my time yet. Okay, I'll read this and then we'll go back, okay? But enjoy your life. Thank you so much for stopping by, gamer. Enjoy the free time that comes after. Thank you. I'm gonna be enjoying it so hard. But thank you. Alright, So for whiplash disorder, as you imagine, your head, neck, your brain, the whole top head is basically, well, you know, pretty sensitive. So it's really important to do a conservative approach because guess what? Sometimes imaging's not always accurate. Maybe there is an odontoid fracture that we are not aware of and we might be doing more harm than good if we're, anything but conservative in our treatment. We don't really know the extent of the damage, so we want to encourage bracing and to allow that area to heal. And unfortunately with whiplash, it can take up to 6 weeks for only 80% of the healing. And understand that, hey, as much as motion is lotion for the body, this is a sensitive area, the patient's in pain, and we want to respect that, basically. The conservative approach is also known to possibly lead to weak muscles and stiff joints. If you were a therapist who knew this, then why would you do a conservative treatment? Well, not only because of the things that we stated above, but what happens is that it's just much better to, treat it conservatively because we really don't know the full extent. Imaging, again, is not always accurate. We can easily fix weak muscles and stiff joints. If we go a little too fast, there might be instability and we might be doing more harm to the patient than good, and that's just something, again, we want to avoid. Wah! Now let me go back to thoracic outlet and let me say hi to Double. Thank you, Double. Just want to wish you good luck on the exam and finish strong. Thank you. I'm so happy and so lucky so many cups have wished me good luck. Thank you for taking the time to say anything. I'm so grateful for my community. But, you know, in a more serious way, I'm very grateful. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, so right now we're on page 57 out of 76 with 2 more hours until the exam. Let's stay strong. Let's see if we can finish this one in the next hour, okay? Okay, so thoracic outlet syndrome is really interesting. This is interesting because it's the compression. It's the compression of the nervous and vascular structures of the upper extremity. So basically your scalenes or your first rib presses onto the nerve, the artery, the vein, and it causes a variety of symptoms. Thoracic outlet syndrome can actually occur of 1 of 3 ways. It can occur because it's functional, it can occur because of birth, congenital, or it can actually happen for another reason. But before I explain, I will politely hydrate. Ooh. Thank you so much for the hydrate. Thank you. Hold on. Thank you for the hydrate. Thank you. And tell me to hydrate. I would have waited another 30 minutes to add manager was screaming at me. Anyway, no more weird noises. So, causes of the syndrome again for thoracic outlet syndrome. Let's break it down one by one. So it could be functional. When we say functional, this could just be because of the functions that you do. That's not necessarily the defined direct definition of functional, but just bear with me here, okay? It can occur due to hypertrophy, so basically the increase or the bulking of the muscle, or the adaptive shortening of either the anterior scaling muscle or the pectoris minor, which we can see right here, pectoris minor. And scaling is actually, it has 3 parts. There's a muscle on your neck that is, it serves as a accessory inspiratory muscle, my own country. Can happen because maybe the first rib is elevated. Now, I know we don't really take a very conscious look at our first rib, but this is our first rib. Right here, baby, right underneath the collarbone. Ooh. Like a very tight necklace, basically. So elevation of that can also sandwich it and squish it, as you can see here. And possibly just a hypertrophy of the subclavius, which is a muscle underneath the clavicle or the collarbone right here. And what happens is that the hypertrophy of that, because you're a swimmer and all the motion you do maybe with like breaststroking or whatever, can cause compression. By birth, this can happen because of the muscles just being put wrong. Whoopsie, made the baby wrong. But anterior scaling muscle, mid scaling muscle, or the presence of the cervical rib or band from C7 can basically all be additional structures that are not really normal that are also causing this. Other reasons that thoracic outlet syndrome can happen because there is a bone extosis, which is basically an extra growth of bone that extends outward from the existing bone. Can also happen because of a node fracture as well, and also a tight pec fascia. So again, that orange skin peel that we're talking about. So how do we know that someone has thoracic outlet syndrome? Well, to be honest, it's pretty unique. So they'll have intermittent clotting. So basically, if there's prolonged compression of blood vessels in TOS, which is thoracic outlet syndrome, it's going to lead to similar symptoms of intermittent arm pain, weakness, and cramping. And they also may have Raynaud's phenomenon. This is really interesting. I love showing this picture. I don't think my drawing would do it justice, but basically this is the disorder where someone is, I don't want to say allergic to the cold, because I think there is something called a cold allergy, but they basically have a discoloration. Yeah, they basically have a color change of the skin due to a coldness or stress or anything like that. Then this is their hand. Normally when you're cold, I mean, blood does constrict, yeah, sure. But then it rushes back because it's like, oh, it's so freezing, it's so cold. Yeah, with Raynaud's, the finger becomes white. The blood is gone. Oh, okay. But imagine, the blood's not getting there. Look, the blood's here. Blood's everywhere else but the tailor aspect, so what? What's happening? Well, it could be a variety of reasons, to be honest. But in this case, for thoracic outlet syndrome, that artery's just not getting there because it's been compressed. That decreased blood supply is going to cause the coldness and cause that color change. Really, what's happening with this is that this can be an acute onset. Again, this maybe happened to a motor vehicle accident. Maybe you got shot out of the car and landed on your shoulder, and now that compressed that area of the thoracic outlet syndrome. Or it can be chronic, again, repetitive overhead motions, maybe carrying heavy load sports. Like imagine all the the swimmers that we're talking about with all those breaststroking, or maybe like a volleyball player who spikes. Ooh. Congenital, it's a pretty rare reason of why thoracic outlet syndrome would happen, but it's still possible. We won't knock it till we try it. Thoracic outlet syndrome is going to be exclusive to the upper extremities and what it affects. It's not anything lower extremity for sure. And they will experience pretty much a dull, aching, ill-defined pain. We talked about when we were talking about, we were talking about SI strain and sprain earlier. We talked about the pain being very localized. Like we could point it out, you could use a finger, it doesn't go anywhere else. This, not so good. It can extend to the upper extremities, but it can also go to the dorsal scapula, so behind your shoulder blade, that pain could be there. And it's like, huh? How? And it's like, oh, because if we trace this back and blah, 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 blah. But when we are looking at structures, we want to see for a tight anterior scalene muscle or a tight pectoris minor that might be squeezing on these structures. Active range of motion tends to be worse with overhead or externally rotated with the head rotated. Any kind of stretching or compression of these structures are going to basically make it worse. They may have numbness and tingling as the nerve can be compressed. They may have edema, venous engorgement, so their veins are a little bit bigger, and cyanosis, so basically their nail beds are blue. Muscle testing, there's going to be weakness because of the compression most likely on the brachial plexus, which is again just nerve branches that go from the neck to the upper extremities. And if you're not getting the proper innervations, then that means your muscles are weak. There's actually several special tests that are specific to the thoracic outlet syndrome. So we have the Atkins test. And I don't, it was like some, I know we don't have to know it. This was something from 2 courses ago, but it's basically putting it in such a lengthened position and then putting your body in such an uncomfortable position. Like, hey, does this replicate your symptoms? And if you say yes, then you might have thoracic outlet. So I think we're about to get towards the end of all our symptoms. Just as a small tangent really quick, how can you differentiate how could you differentially diagnose between TOS, the thoracic outlet syndrome, the myelopathy, which we talked about with the damage to the spinal cord, and radiculopathy, which is more kind of that lateral stenosis stuff. So, oh, this is not in order. Whoops. TOS again has a cluster of special tests that we can do, basically, and you need all 5 of them to rule in thoracic outlet syndrome. Radiculopathy, this again is a little bit more forgiving. You need 3 out of the 4 or 4 out of the 4. What happens with this is that there's different kind of clusters to identify this, especially for the cervical spine. So the upper limb tension test is going to be positive. Basically, hey, if I tension this way, I'm getting the same, pins and needles. And what happens is that for the same side rotation or where they're feeling the pain, they can't do more than 60 degrees of rotation. They have a positive distraction. So again, when we're pulling at the head, that's going to relieve some of their symptoms. And Sperling's, we talked about that. So all those have to be positive to help rule in. If it's anything less, if it's 2 out of 4, it's going to be a rule out. A myelopathy, again, that's going to be the compression or damage to the spinal cord. And again, because this is more upper motor neuron lesion stuff, it's going to just correlate with that stuff. So we're going to have gait deviation, we're going to have positive Hoffman's, positive inverter, positive Babinski, and they're more likely to be over the age of 45 because again, that is more of a degenerative disorder when we are talking about the cervical spinal stenosis. I'm so sorry. I can't humor you right now with a riddle. My brain is fried. But welcome. Thank you, Tini, for the inhalation of air. Okay, so let's talk about. I think this is our last one. Okay, well, it's kind of our last one. Maybe our third. Brother, you know how tired I was to spell instability like that? Who wrote that? Anyway, let's talk about headaches. So, headaches can actually, stem from a variety of things. Headaches can come from either something that is musculoskeletal or maybe not so musculoskeletal. Maybe it could be more of a medical concern. Really, what we need to know is that the principal indicators of how we can treat it, if it's musculoskeletal, is that if the pain begins in the cervical or thoracic spine, so in the ribs or the neck, that the headache is affected by change of posture or movement. Maybe there's a history of trauma that preceded the headaches, like you're just like, yeah, I have whiplash in the past and now it's fixed, but I still get these headaches. It's like, oh, okay, maybe it's still musculoskeletal related, or physical and emotional stress bringing on the headaches. That's a very borderline thing that it could be more medical, but we'll still accept that as an MSK reasoning. Some red flags of why we may not want to treat, or maybe this is not a musculoskeletal thing and they need to be referred out, is that they have a very short history of these headaches. This is a new kind of headache that they've never had before. Headache is worse than ever before, and that they're having behavioral and mood changes. This can actually be an indication of a lesion in the central nervous system, so some kind of lesion in the spinal cord or brain, or a possible tumor that's actually causing these headaches. So it's super scary because I know a few friends who are suffering from consistent headaches, and I'm like, brother, that's awful. I'm so sorry. But thank you. I'll heal and take a nap as soon as I'm done. And when I mean soon as I'm done, I mean on the weekend. Because tomorrow, it's still gonna be a full of fun celebration, but I also have to finish an assignment. Ooh. Anyway, so a medical headache. Normally this could be related to diet, allergies, disease, hypoglycemia, so low blood sugar, blood pressure, or hormonal issues. And this can normally be something that you had since birth, so you played lucky or unlucky RNG birth gotcha, or family history, so more gotcha. Medication and diet is going to probably be just the main treatment for these medical headaches. If it's psychological, it can be due to stress, and basically we want to just seek some professional medical help for psychological induced headaches like that. For musculoskeletal though, things that we're able to treat, this might be a postural thing, it might be a muscular thing, it might be a joint dysfunction that is triggering a headache. And we can use a wide variety of things to treat said headache. It could be due to manipulation of the joints and soft tissues. Maybe it's a trigger point thing. Ooh. We can have the ergonomic factors of posture, stress, lifting, etc. So maybe the ergonomics or our body mechanics aren't where they're supposed to be, and that could be triggering the headaches. Patient education, most likely in relation to posture. And we can also use inhibitive distraction. This is the one where we have our fingers digging into the back of their head, being like, all right, gamer, feeling good yet? Feeling good yet? Okay. Medical headaches, just to go more into detail, if you guys are like, what the heck is a medical headache? Great question. Wonderful. Love that for us. So, medical headaches that are not of musculoskeletal origin could be like migraines with aura. And so this is usually before the onset of the headache. It can be a migraine without aura, which can last for several hours and basically is very incapacitating. Some people who I know with migraines decide that, hey, my way of getting over this is laying on the floor or taking a 3-hour nap and being in a dark room with my soundproof headphones. Like, it's pretty intense. For cluster headaches, this normally occurs in men, and this can actually come on for an hour and subside in a few hours and then come back again. So it's kind of like on, off, on, off. And vascular disorders such as aneurysms or venous congestion or intracranial neuroplasm, all those can create a headache that just cannot be treated with rehab alone, unfortunately. So let's move on to lumbar instability. We'll talk more about headaches in a moment. Lumbar instability, very similar to spondylolisthesis, so we'll quickly go over it because there's not much. This can happen due to trauma, improper lifting, repetitive motions. Cervical spine instability. Now this is kind of wacky because you would not believe it, but cervical instability can lead to a wide variety of things. Cervical radiculopathy that we talked about, whiplash, vertigo, tinnitus, the ringing in your ear, TMJ pain, post-concussion syndrome, drop attacks, ear fullness, visual disturbances, balance disturbances. All this can happen because your neck is not stable. Is that crazy or what? But and this is what happens when the osteoligaments, the bone and ligament, and the neuromuscular elements are unable to hold your head in a spinal neutral, and or when there's a slippage or aberrant movement or abnormal movement throughout that range. So how could this happen? Why could this happen? Well, this can happen for a variety of reasons for the cervical spine stuff, and this may have overlap with whiplash, but this is not defined as whiplash. Cervical spine, cervical instability is basically, again, the thing I was referencing to with the like near-death experience. So this can happen because of whiplash or trauma, poor posture, dizziness, nausea, headaches, or sorry, these are symptoms that your patient will come in if they have cervical instability. Confusion, hypersensitivity to mechanical, thermal, acoustic, light stimulus. Basically, any of those stimulus or stimuli can basically be like, yeah, I really don't like that. Yeah, that's too cold. That's too hot. I don't like when you turn my head that way. It's like very extreme. They feel better if their head is supported. They don't like prolonged static head posture. So if you kind of kept your head in place, they're like, yeah, this hurts. The neck locks or gets stuck with emotion, and there's like a clicking or clacking sensation. There can be referred pain. There's pain that gets worse with mid-range or further. They're hypermobile because their ligament is not what it's doing. The ligament's supposed to stabilize it, and if you're having instability, or it's not gonna hold it. MMT is affected, and there's different tests that's going to basically determine if you have this. So we have CCFT, which is a craniocervical flexion test. It's this. I'm so sorry, I won't go over it because we're almost done. Ooh. Which is also the neck flexor endurance test and the pressure algorithm. Okay. Hold on. No, I want to get this over here. Hold on. There you go. So we are so lucky to be living in a time where there's basically a cheat sheet for some of these. So what's going to happen is that for cervical spine instability, depending on what stage they're in, we could treat them appropriately. And these, what's listed here has research behind it that's highly supported, has a lot of, what do you call, like, evidence-based practice and what's supported to do during this time. So if someone has cervical spine clinical instability, and they most likely have the type or subtype of neck pain with movement coordination impairments, such as something or someone with whiplash, if they're acute, basically educate them to remain active, do their home exercises, monitor for progress, and minimize collar use. That's kind of the thing with a lot of these like braces and whatnot. We talked about it as they're good biofeedback stuff to make sure that you're in order. But if you solely depend on any brace or any collar that isn't necessary, your muscles will atrophy or waste away because your muscles are no longer holding themselves up. You know what I mean? And that's why we want to minimize, because we want to support you. We want to make sure you're okay, but we don't want to keep you or baby you there, basically. For subacute, same thing. We want to do education. Now we're going to start doing a little bit more exercises, a little bit, not extreme. We're still doing isometric exercises. We're doing active range of motion. So nothing like endurance wise. It's just like, can you move your head here, 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 here? We could do mobilizations, we could do manual therapy, we could do things to kind of tame down some of that inflammation that might be there, such as using ice or heat or the TENS unit or the electrical stimulation. Let's see. Supervise activity, active range of motion, stretching, etc. And we could do some neuromuscular stuff where we could do postural coordination and stabilize. For chronic, again, this is something for more than 4 weeks. We could do education again, we could do cervical mobilization, low loading stuff sort of thing. And we could do more trickier things like the example that I used earlier to do some head-eye coordination about like, hey, use this laser to follow this path. And we could continue to use TENS. Alright, we talked about those findings. And then, this is new. We're going to read into this in just a moment. I'm gonna go politely BRB though, because ad manager is, again, screaming at us. And I can also do my posture check in the meanwhile too, so but in all seriousness though, let's go take a 3-minute break again. We're almost done. We have about 10 more pages to go. And then we'll politely wrap it up, and hopefully we'll wrap it up around 6, if not a little after, and should be good. Yeah. And then I'll tell you Cubs how it goes tomorrow. But I'll be like, Cubs, that was the hardest exam of my life. Just as I expected, which is why I decided to yap for over 5 hours of my notes to make sure that it retained in some way, somehow. But yeah, let's take this time to politely BRB. A 3-minute ad will play for those who are not subscribed, but please stay tuned as we will be back. You won't miss a thing because I will also be gone. So, one moment! BRB! Ta-dang! I'm back. Life is good. I got to kiss baby peas in the head and show her her reflection in the mirror, which she refuses to acknowledge for some reason. And we're still good. Oh my goodness. Okay, we have 10 more pages. But it's okay. It's alright because we're gonna skim through it and we'll be done by 6. So let's heckin' go. So, so explain Canadian cervical spine rolls. How are they different from American? No idea. So we're gonna read through it because I'm like, hey professor, not for anything. I don't think I'm gonna practice in Canada anytime soon. Do I need to know this? And she's like, be nice. And I'm like, okay. So, the Canadian cervical spine rolls are a well-validated decision rule that can be used to safely rule out cervical spine instability. Because if they have cervical spine instability, we are not treating that person. We don't know what's exactly wrong with them other than, hey, they have the stability issue. We're not risking their life for it. We're going to alert stable trauma patients without the need to obtain radiographic images. So it was developed to help physicians determine which trauma patients needed x-rays, and it's applicable to patients who are in alert and stable condition following trauma where cervical spine injury is a concern. The Glasgow coma scale, it's a 15. Not applicable if they have unstable vital signs, acute paralysis, no vertebral disease, or previous history of surgical spine surgery in the age of less than 16. What was all that for? Hold on, let me take a moment to think about it. Which trauma patients needed? Okay, to help determine what trauma patients needed cervical spine imaging. And they're applicable to people who are stable and are basically awake according to the coma Glass scale. Not applicable to non-trauma cases, and if they basically have all these really negative signs, don't do it. High risk factors mandates radiographs. If the answers are yes to the questions, then it's warranted over the age of 65. Okay, if it's a no, then you go to low risk factors, which is a safe assessment of range of motion. Other low risk factors include a simple rear end motor vehicle collision. Oh, okay, I see where this is going. So it's the idea of like, hey, if your patient's not dying, if it was traumatic in a sense of this, yeah, let them get imaging. If they already have these symptoms, no need to get injury. These people there's something definitely wrong with them, and we're gonna figure that out, but we need to make sure they're more stable first. Low risk is like, hey, I don't think we should charge them, $1,000 to get imaging. I think they're a little bit on the low risk end. Let's just do these simple mobility tests to see where to go from there, basically to save them some money. So, yay. So it looks like neck pain, rear end, and if there's yes to any of the 3 above, if they can rotate their neck 45 degrees left and right, they would not get imaging. But if they're not able to, they would get imaging. If they're unable to actively rotate, yeah, okay, sure. And there's a mnemonic for it? Okay. High risk crime is 65, fast drive, sense deprived, images alive. What? Low risk rhyme is a slow wreck, slow neck, sitting down, walking around, C-spine to spine, range to spine. Okay, that's fine. I totally high. What are these? Don't get me wrong, I love mnemonics. I love fun things. Which Dr. Seuss book is this? The Canadian C-spine rule. High risk crime is 65, fast drive, sense deprived, images alive. If this helps me somehow. I think the pure shock, not even the mnemonic, I think just the pure shock of me reading this is like, oh, it's in my head now. Low risk rhyme is a slow wreck, slow neck, sitting down, walking around. C-spine is fine. Imagine a patient coming to you and you start rhyming to figure out what to do. Yeah, brother, is 65? Are you 65? Gosh darn it, that's so funny. If you could look both ways, you could cross the road without imaging. Wow. They really are like, hey, let's save you some money and our time. Oh my goodness. Making my way downtown, walking fast, faces pass, and I'm homebound. Canada? Yeah, apparently that's a Canada rule, so smiley emoji. What is a combined? We talked about that. Wait, did I read this? No, I didn't. No, but we talked about this. The cervical genic headaches. Limited range of motion. Muscle involvement. Abnormal tenderness. Okay, I think I read it. Positive flexion rotation test. So this is an interesting test where you rotate the patient's head passively left and right, and basically there's like approximately a 10-degree difference. They're more likely to have a cervical genic headache or something like that. Let's actually read it. We have time. Smiley emoji. Flexion rotation test. The way you read the mnemonic reminds me of 1,000 miles. I'm glad. Smile emoji. Do we have to pull out the YouTube video for this?
In this video.
In this video. Let's pull it out. Because there's two tests that I would like to look at right now.
Here I'm going to talk about the flexion rotation test to detect hypomobility in the upper cervical spine.
Oh my gosh, the music's always so bright.
He has an almost perfect intra-radar reliability of 0.95 to 0.9.
Don't care.
High sensitive
Don't care.
cervicogenic
Don't care.
spine into maximal flexion. Then rotate your patient's head to the left and to the right until you reach end range, which is usually reached at an average of 44 degrees in healthy individuals. Range of motion can hereby be limited by either pain or firm resistance encountered by the physio. This test is deemed to be positive in clinical practice if there is a reduction of a visual estimate of 10 degrees from the anticipated
Sorry. Perfect hitman form. Yeah, it's just like, oh, let me just do a little
by the physio. This test is deemed to be positive in clinical practice if there is a reduction of a visual estimate of 10 degrees from the anticipated normal range of 44 degrees, which is slightly higher than the minimal detectable change.
Okay, but that didn't really explain. That didn't really explain what I wanted. I hold on. Hold on. I just want to know. Okay, it's positive, but what does that mean? Is it positive? Oh God. Okay, hold on. It's positive if they're 10 degrees or more, but what does that mean? Does that mean that is certain that they have a cervical genic headache? Gosh darn it. Learning things the day of the exam. You'd be a hacker, am I right? Okay, I'll look at my notes later then. Excuse me. I'm tired of digesting and hiccuping and burping at the same time. I'm tired. Okay, but yeah, so that's positive. Cranial cervical gosh darn it, I have to look up another test. What test did I just look up? I looked up flexion rotation test. Okay. Cranial cervical flexion test. Is this the one with the little pump? Please tell me it's the one with the pump. It's the one with the pump. Okay, no more questions. We're scrolling. Alright. How do you tell the difference between joint stiffness versus facet capsular entrapment? Oh, that's fun. Alright, let's read this together. So stiffness can be a gradual onset due to microtrauma or maybe an old injury. There's an achiness that gets worse throughout the day and they lose endurance. Stiff neck can function and maybe they have more rounded shoulders. Active range of motion, they'll be deviating. Possible muscle tenderness and stiff capsule tightness. Okay, yeah, sure. What about entrapment? Immediate onset, okay, versus the gradual. With the eccentric load, so turn quickly to catch something. Specific immediate onset, localized sharp pain. Okay, this is an achiness while this is not an achiness. This gets worse throughout the day. This just sucks. Difficult time functioning because of the acute pain. So 6 out of 8 out of 10 6, what? 6, 8, pink. Anyway, posture, they're lifted away from the side of the pain because they want to go into neutral or what? That doesn't make sense. Okay, sorry, now I'm just reading to myself. Sorry, Cubs, I'm not explaining, I'm just here. Painful and limited, side bending the same, rotation the same. So just painful and limited, while this is deviated in stiffness, like it won't move as much. Hypertonicity, so hyperpone, painful mobility, won't get to end range. Say no more, gamer. How do you differentiate between a disc, SCI, and entrapment issue? All joint dysfunctions were present with the patient laterally leaning to one side. You must observe when the patient is rising from sitting, pauses to gain balance, stiff at first and then freeing up. Interesting. I didn't realize these were all like correlated in this manner. Wow. When sitting, the discs prevent trunk flexion while sitting. They will place their arms behind their back to help them distract or unload the disc to take pressure. Oh, I thought that was just like a cool guy sit, you know? Like, I have my hands like, on the boys, you know? Okay. So they won't trunk sit, or they won't lean in with the disc herniation, which makes sense. Stenosis, they'll go forward, but we're not talking about stenosis. They'll lean back because that just feels better. They have trouble leaning forward, and backward bending for disc herniation is better anyway. Facet, they sit with full weight bearing, but they have a lateral lean because of the adhesion of the joint capsule. And then SI will avoid sitting on the sacrum. Sacral sitting. What is sacral sitting? What is sacral sitting? Hold on, Cups, we're learning today. Ooh, I see. Ooh, okay. Sacral sitting is exactly what it says, baby. Sitting on the sacrum. You know how I tell you to become aware of your skeleton inside your body and being like, oh, Cubs, the ischial this bad boy right here, you're sitting on it. This guy is not sitting on it. This guy is doing what they're saying with the sacrum. Sacral? Sitting. Oh my goodness. Gonna work Twitch team. Again, I don't even know what link that they're dropping. That's the worst part. the stream elements are getting them because they're like, you're not subscribed? No link. Pew! But that's weird. I wonder what information they're trying to collect or what the link's about or what's their little go-to, like, you must click this link for this. Anyway. LTW, oh my goodness! Gamer! Thank you, Gamers, so much for a tier 1 sub for 3 whole heckin' months. Thank you for your continued support as a sugar bear. I appreciate it very much, so thank you! Go! Yeah! That was best teacher, thank you. When I'm tired of my career in the next 30 years, I'll retire to become a professor, okay? Be like, hey guys, tired of practicing. Went back to school to get further education. Now I'm able to teach. Yeah, back in my day, I used to teach indirectly. I used to be a VTuber. Oh my goodness. That's so fun. Anyway. Alright, so our last thing, maybe? No, because I think we have headaches. Ugh. Disc herniation? No, we know the difference. We could do this. This is so fine. This is so easy. Disc herniation is disc herniation. It can happen with age, trauma, improper lifting, or like a degenerative disc disease. And it can be slow or fast, basically. Lateral stenosis is more degenerative. We talked about that. We're good. I don't, it's not that I don't care, but I don't care. Because I know the difference. DDD, the Kirby penguin? No. Headaches, though. This is the one that I'm a little... Okay. Technically 2 more, but we talked about these, but we'll talk about them again. Alright, Cubs. Oh, the light. It's almost there. Ooh. Okay. So let's talk about headaches again. We talked about medical headaches, and we're saying that we can't treat them, but we can treat musculoskeletal headaches. But now we have to decide whether it's a cervicogenic headache or a tension-type headache. And I think that test we were talking about earlier with the cervical flexion about the 45 with the prime hitman position, I think that imaging determines whether it's cervicogenic or tension, you know? These look like book covers. They may as well be, you know? Oh, you kids and your neural interfaces. Back in my day, we relied on air. Oh my gosh. Do you know, I don't know. Do you? Well, not to doubt anyone's knowledge here. Have you where am I? Have you cubs heard about, this is technology that's already like, I feel like it must be like a decade old at this point, but who knows? The cat ears. Have you cubs heard about like the cat ears that like read your I don't know, your neural interfaces, your brain waves apparently? So if you're like really excited, the ears will perk up and everything like that. I forgot what they're called. It's Neko Mimi something maybe? I don't know. Let me find a picture. Cat ears that read my brain waves. Google's gonna love that. Oh yeah, they are called Neko Mimi. That's so funny. So funny. When did these come out? Just asking for a friend. Yeah, they're literally called that. I want to know when they came out. Neural where? Yeah, like 2011. Okay, sure. Or 2012. Sure. But if you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, I'm being like, Tip, no offense, what the heck? So these ears came out over a decade ago, apparently. Time flies when you're a weeb. But I thought they were so cool because they're like, oh yeah, they read your brainwaves, and if you have bangs, it's like the perfect, and the ears go up and down, and they're still, I don't know if they remain the same price, but right now I saw one for $200, and I'm like, But apparently this technology is coming back, and it's coming back into the VTuber scene. I'm not sure if you cubs are familiar with, what is their username? Catboy Mech, I think. They made a few assets very early on into the VTuber like explosion that was happening in the EN scene, and they recently have they surface back and forth basically. But one of the things that they're resurfacing for is that they're like, hey, I connected my model's cat ears to these Neko Mimis, so every time I'm excited on stream, my ears will move along with this, and I thought that was very cool. But also like, oh my gosh, so many things to set up, you know? Good thing my ears just go to the wind now. Thank you, Big Ham, for adding floppa physics. Flop, 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 flop. I can't do ear wiggles on command, but I can. Ooh, but thank you so much for the self-care checks. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let me go ahead and hydrate. Thank you. Thank you for the inhalation of air. And thank you for the posture check. I appreciate it. My posture is so good right now. Love secondary emotion? Love it. I love fluffy ears. There's so much depth. Wow, so cool. You know, well, maybe not. I got spaghetti to help me fix my hair physics, but I don't know if I'll use it as an actual model. There's a lot of silly things that I have to do personally. Sorry, I'm just noticing hair physics. Anyway, not to get distracted. Anyway, I don't want to read this anymore. I'm tired. No, okay, I'll finish. So cervicogenic headaches, these are really interesting. These are headaches that occur on the top or the back of the head. They're usually unilateral on one side, and they normally originate from like the neck or can refer from the neck. While tension type headaches are bilateral. So unilateral one side, bilateral for the tension headaches. And tension feels like there's like a band pressing on you basically. So cervicogenics can happen to trauma or posture. These are slow and immediate, while tension type headaches are from stress and posture, and it typically is slow. There's really no difference other than, like, they're all the same basically when it comes to the testing. It's just knowing the difference between the two. So we'll skip that. Ha ha hee ho ho. Now our last thing, because look, there's nothing left. Nothing left. is myelopathy and radiculopathy. We can go down this really fast as well because really the main point of myelopathy is compression or damage of the spinal cord, while radiculopathy is the nerve root or the nerves protruding from the spinal cord. That pinched nerve that people typically refer to be like, ah, my back. I got a pinched nerve back there and that's why I got sciatica. Ah, my sciatic nerve. I got sciatic nerve. And it's like, sir, we all have sciatic. But these are different because of where they are. Again, anytime we're involving the spinal cord, that's going to be more in relation to, how do you say it? Upper motor neuron lesion. Let's... Hold on. Sorry, Cups, give me one moment. I'm like, ooh. Hold on. I just want to make sure. Oh. Sorry. Okay, back to a regularly scheduled program. Tee ha ha ho ho. So myelopathy, the damage to the spinal cord, that's going to be due to poor posture, age, or any kind of micro traumas. And again, this typically it's similar to the stenosis that we're talking about for the cervical central stenosis. It's going to be slow. It's very degenerative. This can be again in relation to a lot of the upper extremities. So we got diffuse neck pain or bilateral extremity pain. And the pain tends to be pretty moderate, from anywhere from 2 out of 10, 3 out of 10, 4 out of 10, 5 out of 10, anywhere from a 2 to 5 out of 10 pain. They might present with rounded shoulders and forward head posture. They might have moderate limitations in their upper extremities. And because this is relating to the spinal cord, this is going to have upper motor neuron lesion symptoms. They're going to be either hyper or hypomobile, it depends. But they'll definitely have some gait deviations and balances and will be positive in that cranial-cervical flexion test, which I'm going to copy and look more into. While radiculopathy is that pinch one, so it can happen because of trauma, maybe like a whiplash, so that's maybe how we get some of the neurovascular stuff. It can happen because of microtraumas, posture stuff, so it can be functional or anything related to that. And this is a slow or immediate, because again, it can happen to trauma, which can happen again in a blink, or slow because it's more degenerate. A radiculopathy in this case can have scapular pain, neck pain, basically anything related to the brachial plexus, which we didn't really talk about and probably haven't in quite a while, but that's just a go-to. This tends to be more extreme in pain, so this has a moderate to maximum pain, so someone can rate their pain anywhere from a 5 to 9 out of 10. They'll still have rounded shoulders, forward head posture, but they're going to have limited range of motion. They're not going to be able to turn their head more than 60 degrees. The pain's going to be on the same side, and really they might not be able to move because they have moderate to max limitations. They will have issues with their myotomes and dermatomes and reflexes and all that because it's still affecting the nerve that's going to innervate these certain things. Could be hyper or hypo, same test, and really any test that relieves pressure from a nerve being pinched is most likely going to be positive. Positive because they're going to be like, ah, this feels much better than it was before. Hey, this is relieving my pain. And it's like, great, love that for you. Yay. And so with that, we are done! We're done! We're done. We're done with studying. So I thank you guys for joining me, for having me blab on for 5.5 hours. Again, this is our last Pomodoro, so I'm very happy to say that. Very happy to repeat that. Very happy just very happy in general. Thank you for that. Thank you. I think I know who I want to raid, but we'll still put a poll just in case, just for fun. So we got someone who's just chatting. I'm talking about food, I guess, because I see a steak on the thing. Hold on. Someone's playing Ultra Kill. I think you guys like Ultra Kill. And then someone's playing Metal Gear Rising. Revengeance. Yep, I hope I spelled that right. You just got here? Well, brother, good thing you could be part of the VOD gang. Hi, Mr. Astra. Hi, I'm done yapping for 5.5 hours of school stuff. I can yap any other time about something else, but not reading notes straight like that. Ooh, how awful. But it is Daijo Buri. Da-dang. But thank you everyone for joining. Today again, if you're unaware, is my last final. I still have another assignment to do, but that could be done later tonight. But most likely will be done tomorrow before stream. So please look forward to it. How do you say it? I'll let you guys know how the test goes. I'm gonna probably run off to eat something and just be like, ooh, calm down, you're gonna do okay, don't worry. You can't fail it unless you outright fail the exam and get an F, so, or like a D, so you know more than you think you know, and other silly mantras. But yeah, you got this, thank you. I'm just nervous because it's the last one, but I mean, I survived 2 other ones beforehand, so we'll be okay. Go like you got this, thank you. Thank you, fellow gamer, exam taker. Oh my goodness. Baito, thank you, Isaac, thank you. Good luck, thank you. The fact that revengeance isn't even a word? Yeah, once you get vengeance once, there's no reason to have it twice. Anyway, feel free to join the Discord. The Discord. It's the official Cup Club. On Tuesdays, we have anime night. We watch the Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya. We watch Spice and Wolf, and we watch Illusion Dungeon. Da-dang! What else do we do? What else is fun, cool, exciting, and loves life? We also have Gamer Night sometimes. I really hope we could play Lethal Company soon with the new mods and whatnot. I'll drag Rip and friends, and then Cubs can join or watch or whatever they would like to do or prefer. But please feel free to check out my Twitter. My Twitter, I have my schedule pinned up, and so with that in mind, with that kind of stuff in mind, I actually really do have a special announcement for tomorrow. So if you're unable to make it to stream, no worries. I'll be sure to post it on Twitter sometime, somewhere. So please look forward to it, okay? Thank you. I'm very, very, very excited. It's been a long time in the making. So, but yeah, best of luck on the exam. You got this in the bag. Thank you. Good luck on your test. May you not need luck. Oh my goodness. You remind me of my professor who's just like, I'm like, oh, you know, I'll do my best. I hope to do my best. It's like, do more than hope. And I'm like, what? What? But it's okay. I'm very, very happy. And then feel free to check out the socials. I got the YouTube, the TikToks. I uploaded a new clip today. It's really silly, but very applicable to the finals happening now. Cubs, Cubs, what the? Why did you tie the pole? Do you hate me? Why do you hate? Such a cute clip. I really adore it. I think the style is so cute. I wish I'd do more things like that on my more own accord. Like, don't get me wrong, bark shorts are very cute. I wanna master motion capture. Raid, please. What was it? Revenge. I don't know. Revenge. Yeah, just take that. I'm sorry. Just oh, there you go. I'm so sorry. I feel like I normally don't typo so bad, but when I feel like I'm being stared at for some reason or on the spot, my brain just so with that, we get the raid going. Feel free to participate. We'd love for you to participate. So if you're not subscribed, absolutely no hecking worries. You can unlock an emo or use the berry emoji with the go raid. And if you are subscribed, thank you so very much for your support. Feel free to use the Tipanya with the Gao raid, okay? Okay. It looks like the person I want to raid is in the where are they? They're doing the Blade Wolf fight for the first time. I forget who told me, but they said that they actually dropped this game because they couldn't do the fight. Don't get me wrong, that fight was awful. I was not a fan. I played that game on normal and I should have been a baby and played every game easy. But that fight was very difficult. Wait, have I rated this person before? Oh, I did. They just have a new hairstyle. Gosh darn it. Either way, they're celebrating day 1 of their 2.0 anniversary streamathon, and I haven't rated them in a very long time. They're gonna be very confused because I'm pretty sure I rated them when I was doing education. I'm still doing education. Oh, lifelong learning never ends, am I right? What the dog doing? Get my ass. Yeah. That dog sucks. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like the dog. We played through the dog's route. I live for that dog. But man, did I raid into this person? It's fine. I'm not gonna be a baby about it. Why be baby about it? They're gonna look back on this VOD and be like, what a hacker. And I'm like, I'm so sorry. I tried to raid into new people and I didn't recognize you. I'm sorry. But she's very cute. She's very cute. I appreciate that. She has like a little short hair model. We could be matching. We could be besties. Yeah, I don't know if she's finished the fight. Oh, she might have. Oh, good. Don't underestimate a new hairstyle, brother. I never will do that again. Anyway, let's go raid. I'm gonna go at 6 o'clock. Thank you guys everyone. Oh my gosh, thank you everyone for joining today. I appreciate it. I hope to come back better, stronger than ever, and hopefully my voice will be here. I was losing my voice midway, so it's kind of spooky, but it truly is what it is. Oh, she's not done with the boss battle. I kind of feel like a butt. I don't know if we should be raiding it to her. The fight's really hard. Where's her health? Hold on. Oh, but she might die. But she can also reach her potential follow goal for today. She only needs one more. Oh, she died. Let's go. We're going. Bye, Cubs. Bye. Have a good one. Bye.